pleasure of the clerk of the town of Westfield. Mrs. Wash, you have a roll call.
Mayor Brindle. Here. Council members Habgood. Here. Parmalee. Here. LaGrippo. Here. Katz. Here. Mackey. Here. Contract. Dardia. Here. Root.
Here. Please rise for the invocation, which will be given by Council Dardia and please stand.
Today, may we be open to others' ideas and beliefs, respectful of our differences, not threatened by them. May we grow an understanding of our own motives, knowing that people often act out of their own fears. May we be a force for replacing fear with insight, helping us all to be patient and kind as we talk. Strength, real strength, can always be found in compromise. Working together, may we find common ground, enable us to move forward with a shared purpose. May we see what is truly important and unites us, focusing on that to banish roadblocks of ego and fear. Today, may we be open to each other's ideas and beliefs. Amen. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So we have one appointment for this evening. I would like to propose the appointment of Bonnie Stewart to the Human Relations Advisory Commission for an unexpired term ending December 31st, 2024. May I have a motion to accept this appointment? So moved by Councilman Dardia, second. Second by Councilman Mackey. Any discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Opposed? This motion is carried. Jim, any comments tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. The only comment I have tonight, just want to remind everybody, the Conservation Center has been open during the weekdays of January. It's proven to be very successful, so we're going to continue that. It was scheduled to open until this Friday. We're going to continue the Monday through Friday, 9 to 12 through the month of February, and then reassess, and in March the center opens up normal hours as usual, but just I guess a reminder, Monday through Friday starting next week, we're going to continue the Monday through Friday, 9 to 12 recycling opportunities at the center, which has been really good. That's about it.
Excellent, thank you. So I'm just going to give a few opening remarks before we get into tonight's agenda. I do want to thank everyone who's joining us tonight, both in person and online. As a reminder, public comment will be accepted in person only, and your live streaming or viewing only via Facebook. You can always replay the program at any time on Facebook, YouTube, and TV 36. So in the interest of time, with so many here in attendance, I'm going to make my remarks. My remarks very brief. There you go. Hello? Hello? Is that good? Very brief, so we can get our agenda underway as soon as possible. I do want to touch us on a few things, topics of great importance before we do. First and foremost, I hope you've had a chance to read the statement posted over the weekend by Chief Battlora on the police department's Facebook and Instagram pages, where he discusses the horrific murder of Tyree Nichols by members of the Memphis Police Department. As the chief so eloquently communicated, the cruel, cowardly, and inhumane behavior of the individuals responsible for Mr. Nichols' death is not a reflection of the overwhelming majority of upstanding law enforcement professionals across the country who wear their badges with honor, integrity, and pride. Here in Westfield, I couldn't be more proud of Chris Battalora's leadership, the standards of excellence he has brought to our police department, and his acknowledgement that there is more work to be done. We join the nation in mourning the unspeakable death of Mr. Nichols, condemning the behavior of those responsible, and we steadfastly stand by the professionalism of the Westfield Police Department. We are grateful for their dedication and service to our community. Thank you, Chief, and your officers for all you do. On a very different note, I do want to talk a little bit about tonight's procedures for the meeting. We have a large amount of public interest in the One Westfield Place proposal. We're first going to hear a presentation by Town Planner Don Samet and Chris Colley of Topology, our redevelopment planning firm, to go through an overview of the redevelopment plan that is on tonight's agenda. Because there was some frustration voiced at the last meeting with the sequence of the agenda, I do want to remind everybody that this presentation, like last week's, is being delivered to the elected officials tonight, which is the appropriate forum for us to hear the information and ask questions of our experts in a public setting before we vote on this item, just as we've done with other redevelopment proposals in recent years. Not only is this an important part of the public hearing process, it's very important that these presentations are included in the public record. So public comment will follow the presentation, and then the legislative portion of the meeting will get underway. I recognize that waiting to speak until late hours on a weeknight can be frustrating, but know that we are committed to hearing everyone's feedback who has taken the time to come out and share it with us tonight. I said, but before I do hand it over to Don and Chris, I want to remind everybody, oftentimes just a little bit of a big picture why as we embarked on this public journey in the first place. So why are we introducing this project at all, and what problems are we solving for? First and foremost, this proposal will revitalize our downtown and future-proof it against further economic downturns with a $350 million private investment. Secondly, it will restore most of the 2,000 jobs that have been lost since 2015 and create a healthy and robust 7-day-a-week economy that will sustain and support our local businesses for the long term. Thirdly, the $213 million in projected pilot revenue will enable us to stabilize and potentially lower taxes over time, fulfilling a goal of making Westfield more affordable for all. And lastly, this project will expand and diversify our tax base and enable the town to deliver significant public benefits and services that our municipal budget could never otherwise sustain, including parking solutions, infrastructure and traffic improvements, new public spaces, downtown streetscapes, and more. Simply put, the One Westfield Place proposal provides an opportunity for a transformational private investment in our town that will benefit our downtown and taxpayers for decades. So I know there's a lot of debate about how this is going to happen, but I think it's always important to remind ourselves what objectives we have and what problems we're trying to solve in this project overall. So with that, I'm going to introduce Don Samet, our town planner, and Chris Cawley from Topology, our redevelopment firm, who's going to take you through a brief overview of the redevelopment plan that we are evaluating tonight.
Good evening, everyone. So, I am very happy to be here with you this evening because as your town planner, I get to bring forward to you sort of what has its genesis in, starting back in 2018, when Westfield began the master plan re-examination process. And it's a significant amount of work that's taken place in that time. And all of this master planning work that we've done, it's really provide the policy direction for the redevelopment plan that you're going to be hearing about this evening. Starting in 2018, we began work on the re-examination. What is a re-examination? Why did we do it? Well, let's start with the why. Well, state law says you should conduct a master plan re-examination report every 10 years. Why do we do that? Why does the state law require that? Because things change over time. What was appropriate in your planning documents 10 years ago may no longer be so today. If you don't do a master plan re-examination every 10 years, a presumption can be made that a municipality's law and regulations are no longer reasonable. Essentially, your zoning is changed. So what is a re-examination report? It's really a review of existing planning policies, your ordinances, your existing master plan documents, and for us, our last comprehensive master plan update was 2002, and there was a master plan re-examination report conducted in 2009. So we were different. In 2018, 2019, we were working on a re-examination. The timing was there. So through the re-examination process, we looked at what we liked about our community, what we felt where there was need for improvement. In essence, we looked at the town's vision and goals and decided that they needed to be updated. There was an extensive public outreach and participation process. H2M, who was the consultant who helped us and drafted up the master plan re-examination, commented that it was the greatest level of public involvement they've ever seen in a master plan re-ex or really other planning project. project review graphic we see on the slide outlines all of the meetings that were held. And we had a kickoff in December of 2018. A number of stakeholder visiting sessions, public community workshops, focus groups, planning board meetings. And this slide doesn't even talk about the public meeting where the re-examination was adopted by the planning board. I should emphasize that the re-examination was really a community-driven plan. The law doesn't require that. The law just says that the planning board prepares it and it's adopted at a planning board meeting. We know when you look at the re-examination, you look at the appendices, you look at the community involvement section of that, there was significant community input into this document. So I really see the re-examination as being authored by the public, defining what it wants to see as the next steps for Westfield. Put another way, like a course of action, an action plan for future planning efforts. And it's up to staff, it's up to the planning board, it's up to the governing body to bring those updated public vision and goals to fruition. So what were some of the land use and housing recommendations in the re-exam? Address underutilized vacant sites, encourage redevelopment, including municipal-owned lots. Encourage transit-oriented development, which is the creation basically of mixed-use communities in close proximity to public transit, such as our train station. The re-exam specifically called out municipal-owned parking lots and the Lord and Taylor properties as redevelopment opportunities. It talked about permitting mixed uses on the same site and in the same building with step backs of upper stories that would allow for additional height or density without taking away from the scale or feeling of the downtown. It talked about protecting residential areas from additional multifamily developments. And I'll say, most importantly, that the re-exam recommended creation of a unified land use and circulation element of the master plan. Why do I say this is very important, or why do I say so importantly? There were quite a few recommendations for downtown, and we see as the graphic on the slide. And I realize it may be a little difficult to read them, so I'm going to read them out loud for you. I typically don't like to read off the slides. But the re-exam recommended the creation of a land use circulation plan, which would be an element of the town master plan. And it needed to take into consideration the following recommendations for the downtown. Appropriate mixed-use development on underutilized properties, such as municipal parking lots. Encourage the enhancement of existing as well as creation of new commercial space. A parking plan that takes into consideration integrated community structured parking integrated into future development. The creation of high-tech and medical wellness office space to support the downtown viability and introduce a new tax rateable that is not single-family development. Creating connectivity between the north side of our commercial downtown. Creation of public spaces for residents and visitors. Embracement of arts and culture. The creation and implementation of a streetscape improvement plan and architectural design guidelines and standards for future development. Things that we've all, I think, realize and understand. And the re-examination report said we've got to tackle these things. So the planning board took on that task of updating the 2002 master plan by creating a unified land use and circulation element that was recommended in the re-examination report. Now, you should know that the importance of a master plan really cannot be understated. And I hear very often the terms, the master plan being used sort of interchangeably, meaning there is, when people say master plan, sometimes they're referring to the master plan re-examination report, sometimes they're referring to the unified land use and circulation element. But there is the re-exam and the town master plan, in this case unified land use circulation element, they're distinctly different documents. The re-examination is a review of existing policy and recommendations for next steps. It's the master plan itself, which is the policy. It is the principal document that addresses the manner, the locations for which development occur. Master plan isn't just some pretty looking report with a lot of nice graphics in it that sits on a shelf eventually. It's the foundation for every land use policy, every ordinance and redevelopment plan in any community. I've heard it described as a policy umbrella under which all land development ordinances need to reside under. Zoning ordinances and redevelopment plans must be consistent with the master plan or designed to effectuate the master plan. That's state law. So what's in the master plan provides us with the policy direction for development and development regulations. In the unified land use circulation element, there was a deep dive into the downtown area. It was broken down into different sub-areas, which you'll see on the map on this particular slide, each with their own recommended development vision, and you'll hear a lot about this tonight from Chris in topology. Our unified land use circulation element is a further refinement, I'll say, of what was recommended in the master plan reexamination report. The land use circulation element talks about increasing allowable building heights, including the entirety of the CBD to 4 stories, 55 feet, which I think a lot of people don't realize, and greater heights and number of stories along the rail line and in redevelopment areas as well, which includes areas which are governed by the redevelopment plan you're considering this evening. The land use and circulation element talks about the use of design guidelines to ensure consistency with existing character of our community, including step backs of upper floors from lower floors. Again, mixed use development, creation of public spaces and public plazas, visually screening parking areas from the pedestrian, streetscape improvement recommendations, locating office and residential uses on the Lord and Taylor site, to get very specific there. So again, why is all this so important? Why do we have a master plan? The master plan is a development roadmap for a community, and it's a development roadmap for the town of Westfield. And the redevelopment plan has been authored, designed, drafted to follow that roadmap, to be consistent with the town master plan. Topology has dedicated, you'll see in the document, an entire chapter to showing how the plan is consistent with your town master plan. Those that live and work here, staff, the planning board, the governing body, developers of all size, whether it's a single-family homeowner putting an addition on the back of their home, or a larger developer like a Streetworks, have to propose work that is consistent with the town master plan, as it applies to their property, of course. So with that as an introduction, I'd like to hand it over to Chris from Topology, who's been really integral in ensuring that this redevelopment plan is consistent with our master planning documents. So,
Don, real
Chris?
quick, you said 55 feet for the,
oh, the central business district zone change recommendation is up to 4 stories, 55 feet. Currently, it's 3 stories, 40 feet.
so the office buildings are not part of the, because it's only proposed to be 65 or 75 feet?
Correct, through the redevelopment plan. And keep in mind, the master plan not only recommends the increased building height throughout the entirety of the CBD, but says there should be consideration for taller buildings along the rail line as well, with step backs of upper stories.
I'm sorry, we must be respectful to the speakers, and they're being thoughtful, and I'm going to ask, and I'm going to be very strict about it tonight. So with that, yes, maybe Chris Colley can come up and finish.
Okay. Thank you, Don. Appreciate the introduction. My name's Chris Colley. I'm here tonight to talk to you about the Lord and Taylor train station redevelopment plan, which is on the for potential introduction. Before we get into it, a little bit about me and my firm. Topology is an urban planning firm. We provide these redevelopment and municipal planning services for a number of communities around the state. I think critically important to say as we lead off, we work for the town. We're hired by the town as the town's redevelopment planner, so we are here representing the town and not the developer on this plan, which really is a plan by the town and for the town. I have 3 components to my presentation this evening. I'm going to start with a little bit of background and a little bit of process, some of which Don has already covered. Thanks, Don. I'm going to spend most of my time talking about the actual contents of the plan and an overview of the plan, and I'm going to close with some next steps. Just started my timer. So let's start with background. And I figured the most important thing for us to begin with are the properties that we are actually talking about and the properties that are governed by the proposed redevelopment plan that the council is considering this evening. So there are 3 sets of properties. We'll walk through them in a lot of detail. Properties in what we refer to as the West Zone by the Lord and Taylor, the 3 Lord and Taylor lots, properties that we refer to as the North Zone, which is the town's north train station parking lot, and the property that we refer to as the South Zone, which is the South Zone train station parking lot. So these are really the focus of the presentation. Someone's trying to airdrop me something. Okay, so what's a redevelopment plan? Let's start there, right? Because this is what we're considering, and I want everybody to be on the same page as to what a redevelopment plan is and is not. So in its simplest terms, a redevelopment plan is a zoning ordinance that applies to a targeted area. The reason why we do a redevelopment plan instead of just a traditional zoning ordinance is it allows us to focus in on specific sites, if eligible, and to be very detailed about the types of building that will happen there and the public improvements that would be associated with that building. It's also important for us to understand what a redevelopment plan is not and what's not being voted on this evening or with this ordinance generally. A redevelopment plan is not a final design of a building. I wrote here it's not a blueprint. It's a set of parameters that governs general minimums, maximums, and design standards for a site or sites. It's also critically not a financial agreement. What the council is considering is not pilot, not a financial agreement, not a collection of commitments. Those things are part of a subsequent step in the redevelopment process. I won't walk through these components in detail, but I just want to make sure that everybody is clear on is that while the redevelopment plan is going to set land uses, bulk standards, public improvements, and things of that nature, the project would continue to evolve if it moves forward, and there would continue to be more detailed design information, design decisions, commitments, timelines, things of that nature, and those would ultimately happen in the redevelopment agreement or at the site plan approval process. Just by way of illustrating this, for folks that have been paying attention to redevelopment over the last few years, you might recall the South Avenue redevelopment plan that this body considered and adopted, I guess, about 2 years ago. That plan set forth a number of units, it set forth the amount of retail, it had design standards. It also mandated a public improvement, the creation of a park. After that plan was adopted, the council authorized a redevelopment agreement with the developer, which got into a lot more detail about what that park would look like, when the building would get built, things of that nature. And then finally, the developer went and got site plan approval. So you can expect a very similar process here. The redevelopment plan is important, sets a lot of important guidelines, but it's by no means the final step in the design process. So Don was kind enough to talk about some of the recommendations of the re-examination that really sort of kicked off this process that we're dealing with this evening. So I'll gloss over that. I will reiterate what he said about the adoption of the master plan in 2021 as our guiding document. I'm going to talk a lot about the master plan over the course of my slides. And really sort of a seminal moment in this process, I think, was the first presentation by Streetworks back in in September of last year. And that really has kicked off a very public process, public engagement process, a lot of Facebook Lives and town hall type sessions. We've been listening to those, we've been participating in some of those, and a lot of that engagement has influenced the project, which we're here to discuss tonight. So, my last thing by way of background, and I will read from the slide here, is the vision that was set forth in the master plan, and I think it's just important for us to keep in mind as we evaluate the tenets of this plan. So, downtown Westfield serves as the heartbeat of the community's commercial and social activities. It continues to be envisioned as a pedestrian-oriented and mixed-use center. It will offer a variety of housing choices, retail environments, and traditional and non-traditional office employment opportunities. New development will preserve and celebrate the town's history and architecture, provide housing and destination for shoppings and services, all within an environment of tree-lined streets, parks, and plazas. Westfield cherishes its heritage while taking full advantage of new technologies and innovations. A visually enhanced streetscape with wide sidewalks, pedestrian and bike facilities, provide safe connectivity throughout downtown on North and South Avenue, and provide linkages to its neighborhoods. All right, so what's in the plan? I'm gonna be using some plannerly terms, so just by way of making sure we all know what means what, just a couple of glossary things. You're gonna hear me talking about setbacks. Setbacks are the distance between a building and a curb line or property line. You'll see that sort of here. That would be the front yard setback. Step backs sound similar but are different. It's the distance that an upper story is set back from the floor below. So on this little diagram, you'll see this area where I'm gesturing would be the step back. And then a couple of other things specific to sidewalks. The master plan lays out, and I think it's pretty common, sort of 3 zones that comprise sidewalks: a buffer zone, which is usually that landscaped area that separates you from the street when you're walking on the sidewalk; the pedestrian zone, which is where you're actually walking, it's the clear area that you walk on; and then the frontage zone, which sort of sits in between the pedestrian zone and the and the building face. So if you hear me using those terms, this is what we mean. All right. So, it's important to start, I think, the discussion about any plan with the outcomes that we hope that it will achieve. The mayor touched on a few of these things in her opening remarks, but I think they're critical to understanding what it is that we're trying to do this evening. For us, the big key outcomes of this plan, and there are many of them, are the creation of new public spaces and gathering spaces downtown for the community to enjoy, the creation of a diverse set of housing opportunities. You'll see some age-restricted housing, some market housing, some affordable housing. New economic activity, whether in the form of office buildings or retail, that is intended to help support local businesses downtown and drive pedestrian activity throughout the downtown. Improve sidewalks, wider sidewalks, better designed sidewalks, sidewalks that are more functional. Intersections that are safer and more efficient for vehicles, for pedestrians. Modern parking facilities. Obviously, it's no secret that the redevelopment area is comprised largely of surface parking, and replacement of that parking in modern facilities is important. Green building, commitment to developing and designing properties that are sustainable and forward-thinking in the provisions that they include. Extensive set of architectural standards that keep the town in control of the design and result in a project that is beautiful and that we can all be proud of. And then finally, and this sort of underpins everything, any development, one of the first questions we have to ask ourselves are, what are the impacts of that development and how are they being mitigated? And I think that's something that we've kept front of mind in drafting this plan and evaluating this project, and we'll talk about that as we go. All right. So, 3 zones. This is sort of my table of contents for the overview presentation component. We'll have the 3 zones we'll talk through. We'll talk about parking, talk about sidewalks, talk about circulation, we'll talk about design, and we'll close with some notes on the plan administration. So I'm going to begin in the West Zone. West Zone, as I mentioned, is comprised of 3 properties or 3 subzones as we identify them in the plan. Lord and Taylor, North Avenue North, and Clark Street are how they are defined in the document. And what I'm going to do for each of these zones is I'm going to start by highlighting some of the specific recommendations that were in the master plan for that zone, and then talk about the design more generally and how, or more specifically really, and how we accommodate some of those things. So, as Don mentioned, one of the recommendations for the West Zone that I think is really critical and helps explain some of the height recommendations that are included in the plan is that there's the opportunity for heights and number of floors that exceed the rest of downtown Westfield. But that with that greater height, additional design guidelines, setbacks, breaking up of massing, and other similar sorts of architectural strategies need to be employed to accommodate that height. The master plan also includes recommendations about office and residential uses, limiting conflicts with pedestrians, and limiting new public open space that's created. So moving into the Lord and Taylor subzone, I think folks are familiar with the site. But I think that it's important for all of us to sort of remember like the starting point that we're dealing with here on each of these redevelopment areas. The Lord and Taylor building, I know is beloved locally, but the fact of the matter is the majority of the site is a surface parking lot. The planning board and then this council found the site to be both dilapidated and obsolescent or obsolete when they declared it in need of redevelopment. And it's our job in this redevelopment plan to take that existing condition and to transform it into something different. So the actual build-out requirements of the West Zone are what I'll walk through next. And just a couple of key design decisions that were made and that are in the redevelopment plan and reflected in some of the project documents that folks have seen. The first one is the breaking up of the site into 3 separate buildings. So this is a very long property. It is critical that when we redevelop it, we do not create a single long monotonous mass along it. So what the redevelopment plan requires really, is the retention of the existing Lord and Taylor building and then flanking it with these 2 new residential structures. Collectively, across those 3 structures, the plan would allow for 138 age-restricted units with 15% affordable, and then a mixture of up to about 113,000 square feet of commercial uses, retail, restaurant, office, medical office. As I go into height, I want to sort of gesture to this graphic on the top. The plan does allow for up to 75 feet as a maximum height for each of the 3 buildings, but it also includes very detailed requirements in terms of how the height should be oriented and how it should be stepped back from the street and from other property lines. So what you're seeing here up top is how the building could be laid out from the western property line, 20-foot setback from building to property, then 3 floors up, and then 10 feet stepped back to the 4th floor, and an additional 5 feet stepped back on the 5th floor. These are minimum step back requirements. As I mentioned, designs evolve. Any project that comes forward would need to meet with that, or need to comply with that. You'll notice that there's no 6th floor here on this graphic. You might be wondering why. The reason for that is that the 6th floor needs to be stepped back at least 200 feet from this property line, and you can see that 6th floor in its potential location in the massing diagram here. Similar sorts of step back requirements for each of the buildings. I guess the one sort of critical thing I think for folks to understand about this 6th floor is that it needs to be at least 30 feet behind the outermost point of the building along North Avenue, which would be roughly 65 feet from the curb line. So it's going to be significantly pushed back from the street. So, that's all well and good as a massing diagram, right? But buildings don't look like big colored blocks like they look there. So the plan also includes, both for this site and for all of the other sites, frankly, more qualitative type design standards that can govern either redevelopment agreement attachments or planning board attachments, and really set more of a softer vision for how the buildings should be oriented. So as I mentioned, the Lord & Taylor building would be reused. Plan calls for retail and restaurant to front that. Critically, concealing the parking at the ground floor through landscaping or habitable building in front of it. Perhaps sort of garden type uses as shown in the bottom right here. Plan includes detailed standards for how the building should be articulated to make it more interesting for folks that are walking along the street. That might be bay windows like you see in the conceptual rendering. It might be sort of the building jutting in and out. Other types of strategies that would make the building more welcoming and more hospitable. This site really is a key gateway into downtown, and that's going to be a gateway both for people that are driving along North Avenue, but it's also a gateway for people that are going to be walking along North Avenue and are going to be able to have a far different experience than they do currently as they walk along these surface parking lots. So we'll move across the street to the North Avenue North, also a parking lot, as you know. And you can see some of the images of the condition of the site presently. For when we get into sidewalks later, I'll just flag this top left image here. I think this is sort of indicative of the types of conditions that folks encounter and experience as they walk along that street. So it's a very different proposed building type across the street. I mentioned that plan recommendation about the opportunity for additional height. We didn't think that was appropriate here. So what this site, the North Avenue North one, would permit is 16 townhouse units, again with affordable, age restricted, of up to 40 feet. A couple of like the key standards that we're allowed to put in, or that we chose to put in the redevelopment plan that I'll flag here, are a minimum pervious surfaces requirement. That's not something that you have in your existing zoning. We thought that as we're transitioning from surface parking lots and thinking about impacts to stormwater, runoff, or just sort of the visual experience, like having that minimum in there was important. We have that for each of the properties. This site, like the Clark site, which I'll get to in a moment, does have a small pocket park required of 2,000 square feet. The plan is not specific as to what that park would consist of. That was something that would come subsequently. And it has a requirement for this one, and actually all of the West Zone properties, for a significant buffer with residential properties. So you're looking at these three pictures here probably, and you're thinking, these are all very different, right? What we've included in the plan are a series of conceptual images, whether renderings or precedent images, that are intended to illustrate the intent and the ambition, the objective of the site, but are not prescriptive. And ultimately, as I said earlier, those more specific design decisions would be part of the subsequent process. So I'll move over across the street to Clark Street. And, just as a little point of context, you see the YMCA building in the back. That building's about 55 feet to the tops of those chimneys. So you can think about that as we consider this Clark Street site, which is a very similar build out, so I'll go a little more quickly. Again, 16 units. This site is interesting because it has frontage on the three sides, Ferris, Clark, and North. Again, a pocket park required. These units, different from the other units that were shown, are not age restricted. So just sort of looking back on how we started this and what the recommendations that were in there about design guidelines, setbacks for upper floors. I didn't really touch so much on the streetscape. We'll talk about that in a bit, but the design is intended to limit conflicts with where garages are located, where parking is located. But we feel strongly that we've addressed these recommendations, and that the build out of the zone accomplishes those objectives set forth. So I'll move over to the North Zone. This one's a little shorter. The north zone is broken up into two sub-areas, much like the west zone was, even though it's only one lot presently. So we've identified those two subzones as the mixed-use area and the public area north. You'll notice public area north comprises the vast majority of the site. And, similar with the recommendations, mixed-use buildings, the need for a public plaza, design guidelines if there's additional height, parking shielded by liner buildings, streetscape improvements, some of the things that were guiding us in the project's evolution. So some of the existing conditions in the north zone, I think everybody knows it well, but it's a surface parking lot, primarily dilapidated in many places, and provides parking. So in the mixed-use area, we'll talk about what the key standards are. Here, no surprise, it's a mixed-use building, hence the name. This building would be up to 35 units with the same affordability requirement, opportunity for small retail and restaurant space on the ground floor, 55 feet at its highest point, which is the CBD recommendation, a step back at the fifth floor. Really the key sort of design element for us to think about for this building is how it's going to screen the garage in the rear and how it's going to meet the street. So we have standards in there about building transparency and the opportunity for small plaza and importantly, as I said, how it's going to screen the garage in the rear. So I'll just jump to that since it's the first component of the mixed area north, public area north. So public area north has two pieces to it. One is the parking structure, which you can see a massing diagram of here. This is the mixed use building, right? 4 stories with the step back. This is the parking structure screened from behind it on North Avenue. This is estimated at about 320 spaces. And I think it's important, I'll make this point here, it's important to the success of these plans that these parking structures are attractive, right? That they're not a sort of visual blight in the surrounding area. So we've included standards and precedent imagery about how these buildings could be designed to emulate more of a mixed use or more of a traditional habitable structure, and that would be a requirement of the design process moving forward. The other big component of the public area north, and one of the more exciting components of the project, is the North Zone Square. So just to orient folks, this is North Ave, right? This is Elm Street, this is the train station. And what the plan requires is that this parking area in front of the train station be converted into a public plaza. That plaza continues to function as a place where people can go to the train, drop off, pick up, but also can do a better job of housing community events, of serving as a gathering area, of being a place to grab lunch, all of those types of things that we want to see in our central public spaces. This is a conceptual plan. This sort of plan would continue to evolve, presumably, as we learn more and as we design more, but I think that the plan that's included in our redevelopment document reflects the objectives and really gives a good sense and a good direction for moving forward. So we feel that we addressed all of these recommendations specific to the site and the redevelopment plan. We created the plaza. We have the design guidelines, although we have not exceeded that recommended height in feet. We've shielded the parking. We have streetscape improvements. So I'll move finally to the south zone.
Chris, real quick, could you just show where the ingress and egress is for the parking deck?
Yeah, that would happen. So, well, I'll say a couple things. One, the redevelopment plan does not specify where the ingress and egress into the actual deck would go. Because as I said in the beginning, we're setting parameters, right? And we're laying out standards, and the detailed sort of engineering design would really happen at subsequent phases. However, the plan does require 25 feet between this edge of this mixed-use area and this building, which is the UBS building, and that's where that driveway is intended to be. And I'll get to some intersection improvements a little later on, but one of the recommendations of the plan is that that's a right-in and right-out driveway. So, but that's generally where it would go.
So we don't know for sure as of yet, right?
Well, that's generally where it would go. Yeah.
I'm sorry, and just to repeat what he said, the purpose of this is not to address those specifics. That comes at a later date. So, so I'm sorry. So please please be respectful to the speaker and let Mr. Colley continue. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So into the south zone then. Much like the north zone, we broke the south zone up into two sub-areas, the office area and the public area south. Again, I'll remind you sort of what we're starting with here in terms of the conditions and in terms of the use. We're starting with a large empty surface parking lot. Many sort of similar recommendations in here about the opportunity for increased heights, the need for design guidelines, the need to break buildings into smaller buildings, the need to screen parking, and the need to minimize conflict with pedestrians, and the need to create enhanced public spaces. So I'll talk a little bit about what the actual office area build-out includes. Sort of similarly to Lord and Taylor, this property is just too long, we think, to really function with one continuous building frontage, so two structures are required. The area between the structures needs to be a public plaza, pedestrian access way, total build-out, max build-out, 210,000 square feet of office with 10 to 18,000 square feet of retail, and a maximum height of 65 feet. I think a critical component for us to think about for these buildings really is like what we're creating are like really like sort of downtown frontages. We're creating really downtown blocks, right? We're creating what should be the sort of core of the south side of downtown. So when we walk along these buildings, much like how when we walk along Broad Street or Elm Street or wherever, like we should have retail to go into, we should have nice wide sidewalks, and we should have a sort of building scale that is welcoming and appropriate. And we think that this does this. To go into the boulevard, some of the specific design standards, I think one of the key design moves of each of these buildings is that they need to be created with multiple sort of complementary facade planes, and that each of those need to be offset from each other. So what that's going to do is it's going to create a sort of variety of sidewalk width and a variety of sidewalk experiences along the street, and it's going to bring us from the tightest point, which is a 15-foot sidewalk, which is, I think, still ample, up to closer to like a 21, 22-foot sidewalk as we move towards the center of the building. The other key component of the decision to break it into two buildings, besides creating the pedestrian plaza, is that it preserves a view corridor straight down Boulevard through to the train line and through to the other side of downtown. And that's a key view shed and one that was important to preserve. Just a little height context, this would be a 65-foot building at its max. Over at 333 Central down the street, that bell tower up there is about 70 feet tall. So if you can picture that, you can picture this relative to the bell tower. Another critical thing I should mention on this is that the parking access needs to be in the back. And again, the goal there is to keep the cars, minimize curb cuts along South Avenue and sort of create a continuous, uninterrupted pedestrian way along that. So, we tried to help visualize what it means to have this step back at the street and sort of what some other buildings along South Avenue look like at the street. When we think about downtown buildings, we think most about somebody who's walking alongside one. And what we find is that what people experience is the portion of the building that is most directly adjacent to them. So we went out and did some rough field measurements of some buildings across the street, which you'll see here. 15 feet on the left, 30 feet on the right at the street wall, contextual street facing height. And really what the the plan is designed to do is to mimic something similar at the pedestrian street wall here, so that the additional height is stepped back from the street front, and that somebody who's walking along the corridor is experiencing that roughly 20-foot frontage, and really sort of interacting most directly with the retail and not with the office building that is stepped back behind it. I think it's also important to notice that while we do call this a step back at the third floor, this is designed so that there's 2 levels of parking in the rear with double height retail in the front. So what is the third floor in like planning, technical look at the site plan type thing, is really sort of most visually experienced as a second floor at the street. So I'll move over to the public area, and much like in the north zone, the public area south zone requires a public plaza, requires a parking structure. This one's at about 208 spaces. Again, requires a sort of central gathering area, requires direct connections up to the train station. And much like in the north zone, this is a conceptual plaza design, but we think sort of reflects the intent of balancing the various needs. A final note before I leave the south zone. One cool thing that we wrote into this plan that is made possible through the sort of redevelopment approach is the need to make improvements to the tunnel that connects the 2 areas. Sort of bringing together north and south across the train line has always been an important goal, challenging goal, frankly. You do have this great tunnel. We have recommendations in there for lighting or for art to sort of supplement what's already down there and make it a much better and more direct, more enjoyable experience. So this is my last note on the actual zones. I won't touch on each of these again, but we do feel that the plan addresses all of these objectives. So I'm going to move now from zone-specific standards into more general standards that are applicable to each of the zones. Important for everybody to know that the plan does require parking, right, for all the uses. Our objective here was to create a range of parking standards that reflects the location of these sites, that reflects transportation patterns, that reflects circulation patterns, that acknowledges that we are located in the downtown core. And we think we've done that. We used the THA plan as a sort of starting point for our recommendation. Our goal was really not to overbuild. That's sort of critical to developing in train stations. However, we also include minimums that we think are comfortable and appropriate based on the location of the sites. So we have ranges, the minimums we believe to be acceptable, but we also sort of create a range for each of the uses. I do think it's important just to reiterate, I don't know if I said this already, there's really very little surface parking that is permitted in this plan. With the exception of the townhouse sites and some of the surface parking sort of in the rear of the sites along the train station, everything needs to be structured. And that's going to have, it's going to be good for sort of aesthetics, right? It's going to get parking out of the way. We're not going to see parking. It's going to, I think, really contribute to the appearance of the downtown. A last note on the private parking requirements. Shared parking is kind of like a key component of mixed-use downtown development. And this plan has extensive standards about how shared parking would work. So, public parking, I think there's been several presentations about public parking on this. I'll just say that the redevelopment plan includes a chapter about public parking, talks about much of what the THA report said about where public parking is going to be displaced and how it's going to be replaced. It allows for the thing that I think a lot of people have been talking about, which is nights and weekend parking in the office buildings. It allows for that, and it calls for replacement of public parking in a variety of locations throughout the redevelopment plan area.
Chris, you gonna cover commuter parking there?
Yeah, so public parking and commuter, I'm using the term public parking to include commuter parking.
Okay, but how many spaces are there on the north side and south side for commuters?
So this plan, this redevelopment plan, sort of references and incorporates the THA plan, which I think has been discussed, and that plan is a net neutral parking plan for commuters, and that's always been one of the objectives.
Right, but the big thing in Westfield, all my years on council, residents want more commuter parking. I think the waiting list is approximately 2 years for commuter parking. And as we get a direct train, hopefully one day there'll be more commuters. So why isn't there more commuter parking in this presentation?
It's,
So, Chris, I'm actually happy to address that.
Okay.
Because that was a conversation, obviously, we had a lot of. And pre-COVID, we had probably, I think, Jim, maybe 4-year waiting list? Maybe about a 4-year waiting list. I think it's now a little less than a year. Is that right, about?
About a year and a half.
And so the thing that you have to remember about parking is the biggest asset that our town has is our property. And we have a fiduciary obligation to make sure that our assets are put to highest and best use for all of our taxpayers. And so what you find in COVID, the only days that we actually even have remotely full are Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. So that means that we have our biggest asset being utilized, not even fully, only 3 days a week, sitting idle 4 days a week. So instead of over-investing in parking that will be underutilized and essentially having us non-commuters subsidizing commuter parking, it seemed to make more sense to do 1-for-1 on commuter parking. And considering it's actually post-COVID, you could argue that that's even over-delivering on the pre-COVID need. And then we actually, and then there's other solutions for it in terms of, it might be cheaper to take an Uber the 3 days a week than it is to do 5. We might, seriously. Excuse me, in Summit, it's actually cheaper for them to subsidize Uber rides for their residents than to build more structured parking. So my point is, the worst thing that parking's expensive. And so if you're asking us to spend taxpayer dollars to spend money on parking that will be underutilized. So there's a strategic component to that and a fine balance. And so I think we're very comfortable with the 1-to-1 commuter parking. And that way, we're sure we're maximizing the town's biggest asset to benefit the commuters. So Chris, I'm sorry, continue.
I just want to say that why are residents being penalized? That's the one thing residents have asked for over the years. 12 years on council, people want more commuter parking. You're a big advocate, I'm a big advocate of direct train peak service, right?
Well, I'm a big advocate, right? Yes.
Well, I was on the committee way before you,
so-
but besides that, why aren't we listening to our residents that want more commuter parking?
Well, I think commuter.
If I can just add to the mayor's comments, one of the things that we have in terms of flexibility here is that these structures are going to be built over time. So as we learn more about commuter habits post-COVID, we can make adjustments. So we could add, a lot at Watterson. We could add another level at the
not for
park,
anything
but
to
why would we plan to build more commuter parking when we're not sure that people are really going to need it? Because we haven't levelized after COVID. And so as the finance committee chair, I would prefer that we are more conservative about making commitments to parking, because we do have the flexibility to look at this and adjust as needed.
So I'm sorry. I just want to let Mr. Colley finish his presentation, and then I think there's time for Q&A from the council. And this is, by the way, Q&A from the council. It's not Q&A from the public. I just want to be clear on that for the presenters. So if you want to continue.
okay, thank you. I'm almost there. All right, so a couple of other key components of this plan. You've heard me talk about sidewalk improvements and streetscape improvements. we pulled a lot from the master plan there in terms of recommendations. I mentioned these different zones earlier. What we did, and I think folks should be able to see that. What we did is we went around town and we measured a lot of existing sidewalks relative to what the redevelopment plan is going to require. And we thought about the width of sidewalks in a couple of different ways. One is like, what's the actual total width? And then two, like, how is that width actually being utilized? So, if you look at some of these images, you'll see a lot of the sidewalk width is being taken up by utility boxes, utility poles, sort of miscellaneous signage, miscellaneous lighting. And what this redevelopment plan requires is, I think, a really healthy pedestrian zone in each of these areas. I'll point out the North Ave, west of Prospect, that's in front of the Lord and Taylor, as well as a really healthy sort of overall sidewalk width in each of these areas. So, getting people around downtown in a safe and enjoyable way on the sidewalk is critical. We mandated that here, and we think the improvements are significant across. Another sort of street and sidewalk related improvement that's written into this redevelopment plan that I'm pretty excited about is Quimby. I know people have really enjoyed hanging out on Quimby over the last few years. There's been a lot of talk about sort of how you could formalize the Quimby design. So this redevelopment plan includes concepts for and recommendations for implementation of a Quimby street design, a permanent Quimby street design that sort of permanently creates a good way for us to implement that festival condition, but also maintains roughly the same amount of parking on the street to service those businesses during the sort of off hours. So really how that's accomplished is going to one way, taking that extra lane that would be taken away and creating extended sidewalks, and then doing material types treatments to create more of a plaza feel there. While I've enjoyed hanging out there with the Jersey barriers and the streets, like obviously like if we want to do this in the long term, like it'd be better to have more amenities out there in a more sort of permanent configuration. I'm not giving a traffic presentation, but I do think that it's important that folks know that the traffic analysis that was conducted and reviewed by the town's professionals is written into the redevelopment plan as a preliminary study. All of the improvements that have been identified and vetted by the town's professionals are written into the redevelopment plan as things that should be implemented with redevelopment. This is not something where we're just saying, deal with it later. These are written into the plan. So the new lights over at Prospect and West Broad, North and Clark, modifications on South Avenue for better pedestrian treatments, all written into the plan. It is important though for folks to know that like that study, the preliminary study that we reference in the plan is not the final. So this redevelopment plan requires with the agreement to actually submit a final traffic study, and that would allow for us to maybe add additional intersections or whatever, identify different improvements that might be incorporated. Just like one little picture into how the plan treats those improvements. One of the challenges that we've thought a lot about for this project are how we can better connect the west and the south zones. I know there has been talk about an elevated pedestrian crossing, and that suggestion is in the plan, but as a more sort of short-term set of recommendations, the plan also requires a series of improvements, one here at the slip lane by the memorial to calm traffic, make it safer to cross, two, under the overpass to create a wider multi-use trail, and then three, to integrate that trail into the pathways to the train station. So this has been a really important thing for us throughout the planning process and something that we wrote into the document. Just a note on sustainable design. Like when I think about this project, like the most sustainable thing that's happening is we're taking surface parking lots next to a train station, which is, sort of your transit node, and we're putting more active uses there, right? So that's like the most important thing. However, we also have a bunch of more sort of green building design features that are required in the plan, LEED equivalency, a series of green stormwater infrastructure requirements, the stormwater reduction target, all things to try and make sure that what gets built sort of mitigates environmental impacts and and is consistent with best practices. So last two slides, I've talked about site-specific design standards throughout this, but I also want folks to know that when these projects move to the redevelopment agreement or the planning board process, there's also a lot of detailed building design standards that are going to help inform the continued design. Things like no mirrored glass, or building transparencies, or you can't put your utility boxes in the front yard. You know, sort of important components of the building design that will help the planning board and the RDA evolve. And then we'll close with the RDA. So implementation of this plan requires a redevelopment agreement. That redevelopment agreement is going to be required to have a lot of additional information, design information, parking, traffic, whatever. And you can't go to the planning board without one of those. So while we will end up at the planning board eventually with one of these projects, there's another sort of step before you get there involving the RDA. Final note, two final notes. I've seen the question come up, you know, what happens if office can't get built? Like, can the developer just go for a different use? And the answer is no. The plan is very specific that if you want to change the use that's permitted, you need to amend the redevelopment plan. And that is this process, right? So it's not like you just sort of file an application, go to the zoning board and go about your merry way.
Chris, real quick, could the office buildings be built and then they go back to the council to change the
That would require an
use?
amendment of the redevelopment plan.
So it could be after the buildings are built, right?
Any change of use would require an amendment of the redevelopment plan.
So the buildings could be built and they could go back and change them to residential.
Only if the council
council
amended the
approves.
redevelopment
I
plan.
mean, but once they're built, who's gonna say no to?
You can't, I mean,
Right.
if you're trying to suggest that the owner of the building can change the use
No, it
without
has to come to the
approval.
council, but, I mean, who's gonna say no, right? The buildings are built.
Well, I think we would have a lot to say over what happens to the buildings, so. Chris, if you're done, may I ask a question?
Sure.
So if you could go back to the
Yeah.
slides that you were showing on South Avenue. You had one slide that shows existing streetscape and what it's gonna look like across the street with the office building.
This one?
Yeah, so this building where Out of Hand Pizza is 30 feet.
Roughly, yeah.
It gets a little lower, a little bit down the street. But as you go across the street, the way those buildings have to be designed per the redevelopment plan, you have, I think, 20?
Yeah, so it's a step back at the third floor, which would be roughly at the 20-foot mark, yeah.
So the idea with the setback, because I think it's hard to see on, two-dimensional slides. The idea is that when you walk down the street, it feels like you're walking past a 20-foot building.
Right.
Because your line of sight doesn't allow you to see the tall building
Right, you're
behind
gonna be
it.
walking, you're gonna be looking into the storefronts, and you're going to be feeling the 2 stories
I'm sorry, please, so we can hear. Thank you.
and feeling the 2 stories adjacent to you, yeah, or really the 1 story, but 1 extra high story.
So it's going to feel like it fits with the other side of the street?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And there's another one a little further down, we just didn't include it, but the building at the corner of Summit and South, the tenant is Tucci.
Oh, Tudabachi,
Tudibachi.
Yes, thank
Yeah.
you. That one's like 36 feet,
36 feet.
yeah.
I have a question about a setback, a step back from the western portion. So could you just clarify a little bit in the 6th floor that the step back, was that 65 feet from the street that the step back was from on the 6th floor?
Yes, so the minimum, let me get to the slide. The minimum distance from the building to the curb is 35 feet. And then the 6th floor is required to be 30 feet back from the edge of the building, so 35 plus 30.
So, and Chris,
Yeah.
On that building you're just pointing at, so that 6th floor is only on that one side?
That's right. So the minimum requirement here is that the 6th floor can't be, the setback from the western edge of the building for the 6th floor is 200 feet. And that's designed to get it over here on the sort of,
So if you're
Downtown.
driving from Scotch Plains
Yeah.
into Westfield, it's gonna look like a 62-foot high building from that perspective, is that correct? 62, is that, what's, whatever less the 6th floor is?
yeah, I don't know if it's
60
quite that simple.
Okay.
Because, you know, the 5th story is also step back and the 4th story is also step back. So, I mean, the key point is that the 6th floor is way back there.
Right,
The 5th floor, though, as I said, is also going to be, the 5th floor would be, I think, 50 feet from the street.
and the 6th floor, because it's only in that confined area, and I'm sorry, the 6th floor is not on the left-hand building, just on the right-hand building?
No, it is. It's on the left-hand building as well.
Okay, just can't see it. So that'll be the it's unlikely you'll see that from the street, is that correct?
From the
'Cause it's-
street, yeah.
Because it's that
think so.
setback? And I'm sorry, Chris, just on that same site, so the retail at the
Mm-hmm.
Lord and Taylor that's kind of set forth, how tall, is that double retail as well?
That's not
At the Lord,
specified.
at the Lord and Taylor building, I guess. I'm
That's not
thinking.
specified. The only standard there is that it would front on the Lord and Taylor. We don't have a minimum retail height there, but it's envisioned that it would just be the one story.
Got it.
Chris, real quick, could you go back to the parking? How many commuter parking spaces are there on the south side and how many are on the north side?
So the redevelopment plan lays out an envisioned parking plan. All right, I'll get to that here, okay? But the key point about these parking garages is that, one, they're gonna be public parking garages, right? So we have envisioned standards for the number of spaces, but this plan is not dictating the amount of spaces in that garage. That is a decision that, you know, this body would make, that the town would make. I think that the THA plan, I don't have their plan directly in front of me in terms of the allocation of commuter versus patron in each of those structures.
So you're saying there'll be commuter parking on the north side and south side?
The plan doesn't specify the operations and programming of these garages. It's not in the redevelopment plan,
Okay.
and it wouldn't be in the redevelopment plan. It's an operational decision that the town's gonna make about how these garages are going to function. I know there's a whole separate document, that THA public parking plan, that gets very much in the weeds in terms of how those garages would be managed and operated, but that's not something that is specified in the redevelopment plan.
Because
And I
right
don't
now, I
think-
believe we have, I don't know, Jim, what do we have, about 600 south side parking spaces? I don't see Jim. Oh, there it is. How many parking
No, the
spaces?
south side has a little over 400 spaces.
And how many at
this-
Waterston?
105, I think. But Waterston is untouched by this plan, it's not really involved in this.
Right, but that's commuter parking, right?
Yeah, but it's not, that's untouched, that remains as is. So basically, what's envisioned, as Chris mentioned, the parking plan that's online, is that we have commuter parking, same amount we have today, but instead of being in one lot, South Avenue, it's spread between, or reallocated between the north and south side. There is a little bit of commuter parking on the north side now. There are about 75 north siders that we sell commuter parking permits to. They will remain on the north side, just in the new garage. That's the plan.
Okay, so we don't know the breakdown yet, how many would be on the north side, how many would be on the south side?
Well, I mean, as per the slide, 320 spaces, 208 spaces, that's what's envisioned. How they're actually used, how they're allocated between commuters or employees or shoppers is yet to be seen, but there is a plan to make sure that any commuter that has a parking permit, they will keep one, but will be parking in different spots depending on where they live.
Okay.
But to Chris's point, that's not something that's in,
It's not part of
that's
this
not
plan,
part of the
yeah.
redevelopment plan, that's an operations consideration.
And the reason for that is, that's a thing like many other things that will continue to evolve as this process moves forward. This redevelopment plan sets the zoning, basically, but parking, traffic, those things, those are still evolving items as they move forward.
Thank you.
And Chris, thank you. That was really informative. Thank you. And would that also include like delivery? I know so many people have expressed concern about where would Amazon park like at the north zone and the west
Yep.
zone.
Glad you brought that up. So each of the zones have loading requirements, whether it's the townhouse site or the larger sites. So the townhouses have like a townhouse loading space, which is intended for Amazon drop-off. So whether it's the mixed-use building or the big office buildings, there's loading requirements for each of them, and that would accommodate pickups and drop-offs like you asked about.
And Chris, I don't know if this is a question for you or Don Samet, but I know people are a bit confused, understandably, about if the master plan recommended a 4-story, an increase from 3 stories, 40 feet, to 4 stories, 55 feet townwide. Explain a little bit then why these particular properties in the redevelopment area can exceed that.
Because that recommendation is whatever, recommendation 10, and then recommendation 11 right after it says explore the possibility for greater heights and floors in redevelopment areas.
And
So-
and when they identified in that master plan, the redevelopment areas, they specifically identified along the rail line. Is that correct? Those were the.
They do, and also the quotes that I've been including for each of the subzones, where it said that additional habitable floors, those are all from, maybe I wasn't clear about this, those are all from parts of the master plan that deal specifically with these sites. So those aren't sort of general recommendations, those are specific to the south zone, specific to the north zone, specific to Lord and Taylor.
And I know I had always communicated that the master plan and the subsequent land use and circulation element was like an instruction manual for any development in town. And that's what Streetworks was given. And the resulting proposal we see is the direct outcome of those plans. That's correct, right?
Yes.
I just had one more question about sidewalks. Because I think it's really important to reiterate the pedestrian experience.
Yeah.
And I think it's very easy to look and see, this looks big, but it's the pedestrian experience that I think we've been most focused on. So just, maybe you can put up that sidewalk chart again, because I don't want to underestimate the importance of that. So currently, the average sidewalk length in our downtown is what? Is it about 12 feet? Is that right, Jim? 12 feet? Do you know? Don, 12 feet sidewalks, is that what we have in our downtown typically? It's less than that? What is it typically?
I don't know the exact number, unless you know, Don, it's definitely less than 12
It's
feet.
less than 12 feet.
8 to 10, depending on where
Okay,
you walk.
so our current downtown sidewalks are about 8 to 10 feet. And by nature of having narrow sidewalks, the buildings are closer to the street and then can also just feel bigger because of that proximity. So I think it's not to be underestimated the importance of the sidewalk width. And not only because of what that experience is for walking and safety, but also from the perspective of what those buildings will feel like being so set back from the street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so just so so you had mentioned, I'm just trying to remember, so like for the Lord and Taylor property, the west zone, so that like, that's 25 feet for, I'm reading this correctly, that's, it's 10 feet, I'm trying to help me, translate that for me,
So
Chris.
that's 10 feet. And in the redevelopment plan, the sort of entirety of the sidewalk zone is envisioned as 25 feet, which you're thinking that sounds like a lot, right?
Yeah.
And that's because of really those 3 elements of the sidewalk that I mentioned. So it gives us an opportunity for a better landscaping buffer along North Avenue. If I'm walking along there, especially if folks are going down to the circle, traffic can be move a little more quickly there. But it allows us also to keep this 10-foot pedestrian clear at a minimum compared to the 5 to 8 feet that it is presently. And it also allows us to do benches or landscaping or whatever on the sort of building side in that frontage zone that we described. So that's going to be a fairly significant increase and improvement to that streetscape for that whole frontage, which I think is like 800 feet long, something along those lines.
So as a result, all of the buildings that are being proposed are going to be further from the street than anything that exists today, it seems like.
No, because of the fact that the Lord and Taylor, so what's happening is that in front of the Lord and Taylor is a surface parking, right? So
Right.
that's not really part of like the sidewalk experience.
Understood, right.
Right, so the Lord and Taylor will have, it's recommended to have retail and restaurant sort of bumping out a little bit, but the area in between the curb and that retail and restaurant, instead of having sort of just like a surface parking area, is going to have more amenities, more landscaping,
Got it.
more sort of sidewalk things for people to actually enjoy and use besides just dropping their car there.
Got it, thank you.
Sure.
Hey, Chris, I got a question for you, just about maximum height. First of all, where do you measure that from?
It's a great question. It's a tough one, but there's an answer. The normal grade, and normal grade, sites are hard because they sort of slope, right? And the normal grade is defined in the redevelopment plan, it's generally what the town does normally, as a sort of average elevation surrounding the building. So if sites sort of slope in one direction, the normal grade will be defined as like the average
Whatever the
elevation
midpoint
as you
is.
go. Yeah, and they take it at regular points, and then you would measure up from there.
All right, so for example, I mean, just anecdotally, as you look at the train station parking lot, it would seem that the sidewalk is higher than the rear of the building. Does that matter?
I think
or
that's
I should
true.
say the track side of the parking lot, is that right?
I believe that's true, yeah.
Okay, and so if the maximum height then, in theory, is 65 feet of the building, it's not a true 65 feet from the sidewalk. Does that be right?
Yes, but I don't know if the change in grade is really
Is
all
that
that
significant
significant.
enough?
Yeah.
Okay. And then can you talk to us about just kind of obviously in the different zones, there's different heights. You get 75 feet in the west zone, 65, 40 for the townhomes. Talk to us about why it's, why we recommend, or these are the kind of heights that we're looking at, the differences in those different zones.
Sure. I mean, one thing about the Lord and Taylor site is it's got great depth. So we're able to set back that massing further from the street and step it back from the buildings. So that extra height can be sort of more pushed back than it would be on the South Ave site. The townhouse sites, like just the orientation of those properties is not really well suited to like the larger scale type building that would have greater heights. So like the North Avenue North property. Didn't realize how many slides I had, sorry. Just sort of the orientation of this property, like there's not a lot of depth here, right? So it's sort of conducive to a townhouse type building that's not going to be as deep, and a townhouse type building isn't going to be as tall as well. I think same could be said of this property over here. I think the change to go from that taller mixed-use building to the townhouses here, which is in the plan, was the right one. Like it's sort of hard to conceal massing on a building like this. It's got a lot of frontages, a lot of visible frontages, right? So the 40 feet there is probably all that it can handle. The great thing about this property is that it backs on the train station, right? It's deep and it backs on the train station. So that's one, really the primary reason why we felt okay about the added height there.
All right, anybody else? Thank you, Chris,
Thank
very much.
you.
Thank you, Don.
Chris.
Appreciate it. So we're going to move on to tonight's agenda. Mrs. Loshi, are there any advertised hearings?
Yes, there are two advertised hearings. The first is for General Ordinance 2023-01, an ordinance to amend General Ordinance number 2124 entitled An Ordinance Fixing the Wages of Certain Employees of the Public Works Department. Anyone wishing to be heard on General Ordinance number 2023-01, please come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. Seeing no one, Mayor, you may close the hearing.
This hearing is closed.
Next is General Ordinance number 2023-02, an ordinance to amend the code of the Town of Westfield, Chapter 16, Parks and Recreation, by changing certain fees for membership in the memorial pool and by establishing certain new membership categories. Anyone wishing to be heard on General Ordinance number 2023-02. Please come up to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. Seeing no one, Mayor, you may close the hearing.
This hearing is closed. Councilman Hapgood, please move for the adoption of General Ordinance number 2023-01.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move for the adoption of General Ordinance number 2023-01 on second reading, an ordinance to amend General Ordinance number 2124 entitled, "An Ordinance Fixing the Wages of Certain Employees of the Public Works Department."
May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Mackey. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilwoman Hapgood,
Yes.
Councilman Parmalee,
Yes.
Councilman LaGripa,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mackey,
Yes.
Councilman Dardia,
Yes.
Councilwoman Root,
Yes.
Mayor Brindle.
Yes, this motion is carried. Councilman Hapgood, please move for the adoption of General Ordinance number 2023-02.
Thank you. I'd like to move for the adoption of General Ordinance number 2023-02 on second reading, an ordinance to amend the Code of the Town of Westfield, Chapter 16, Parks and Recreation, by changing certain fees for membership in the memorial pool and by establishing certain new membership categories.
May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Katz. Any discussion?
Mayor, I'll be voting no, as I don't believe it's a good time to raise the rates for the memorial pool.
Please call the roll.
Councilwoman Hapgood,
Yes.
Councilman Parmalee,
Yes.
Councilman LaGripa,
No.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mackey,
Yes.
Councilman Dardia,
Yes.
Councilwoman Root, Mayor Brindle.
Yes, this motion is carried. May I have a motion to approve the minutes from the Town Council Conference and regular meetings of January 17th, 2023?
So moved.
So moved by Councilman Mackey, second.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Root. Any discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Opposed? This motion is carried. Now it's time for open discussion by citizens. Anyone may come up to the microphone and speak to the council on which we have jurisdiction. Please state your name and address for the record and limit your comments to 5 minutes. And I'm just going to say this. There's a lot of people that want to speak. We want to give everybody who wants to speak an opportunity to speak without being here all night long. Please be respectful of our friends and our neighbors. I know that there's a lot of emotion in this room about the main topic at hand tonight, but let's just make sure that we all treat each other with the respect that we're known for in Westfield. So with that,
Alan DeRose, 3 Bradson Court. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone up there for all their time and effort and hard work. It's $1 and a dream, huh, guys? Our downtown hasn't had any major capital improvements in many decades, yet competitor downtowns have done multiple major streetscape and development projects. Think Cranford, Summit, and Scotch Plains. However, this isn't the first time that significant public improvements have been discussed in Westfield. I help craft major capital budget requests from the town annually as a board member of the Downtown Westfield Corporation in my 15 years there. Those requests were consistently denied. The reason was it would cost the taxpayer too much money. I disagreed with those decisions, but as a taxpayer myself, I certainly understood them. Our property tax system makes it cost prohibitive to fund any capital expenditures since the municipality only gets 16% of any new tax revenue, unless it's done as a redevelopment. A redevelopment gives us, number one, a seat at the table with a developer about the size and scope of the development. Number two, revenue in the form of pilots that are multiples of what the tax from an as-of-right building would provide. And three, it gives the municipality financial flexibility. As an example of this flexibility, let's assume that the 151 unrestricted apartments in the 4 new buildings Westfield has brought online in the past 5 years were done as a redevelopment. The municipality would have received an additional $625,000 more per year than it now receives through regular taxation. That money could have been used at the discretion of the municipality. But what about the Board of Education? They wouldn't have received any of this new revenue. Well, those 151 units produced 16 new students. That's an increase of 1/4% of the over 6,000 students in the Westfield school system. That's a rounding error in a school district this size. The marginal cost of these students to the Board of Ed is zero, yet they're receiving approximately 60% of the new tax revenue these buildings generate. That $625,000 could have funded over $50 million of capital improvements. And let's not forget, this money could have been used, if necessary, if it were a redevelopment, for the Board of Education, or for playing fields, or lowering real estate taxes for the rest of us. The key is the municipality would have flexibility and not be locked into an archaic tax funding structure. Based on this sample and the Rutgers multiplier, one Westfield Place will produce 8 to 10 students, a rounding error. I've heard many people say they're for responsible development. Well, that's pretty subjective. If I asked 100 people here tonight what that means, I'd get 100 different answers. 25 residential units, 50, 250, age restricted or not, how many of each? 50,000 square feet of Class A office space, 250,000 square feet, what's the right number? What's the mix? Thankfully, that's why we have an elected town government. They run on an agenda, people vote, then those elected make these decisions. They take in all the information from experts and professionals, which you've heard here tonight, analyze the options, and make the best decision based on that information. It could not be done any other way. Representative democracy is administered by the officials elected by the largest, not the loudest, block of voters. And finally, experts, business owners, as well as current and former elected officials have stated that foot traffic is essential to a successful downtown. Well, that has never been more true than now. One Westfield Place will deliver that. Westfield deserves this. We shouldn't have to settle for what we have now and miss another opportunity to revitalize our beloved town. Thank you. Town ordinance, by the way.
I'm just going to ask that we try to minimize the applause so we can get through all these speakers because they take time, so thank you.
Thanks. My name's Tom Fazio, and I just have a question regarding, I guess, the structure of the whole project. Why a pilot versus 416 North Chestnut Street? Why are we proceeding with a pilot as opposed to having developers build and pay property tax?
This is public comment, not Q&A, so we're happy to address that question when we close out comment. So if you have some.
Okay, so I can't get answers? Because I can't get them at One Westfield Place either, because I was there today, and they said the maximum building would be 45 feet. Now I'm hearing 75 feet. So there's a lot of misinformation. I was hoping to get clarity from the council.
So we'll happy to address it after public comment, but this isn't Q&A.
When's
And we're
after?
also
So I have to go
available.
through all these comments and then I
Correct.
can ask questions
That's
after?
correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So my feeling is that we're getting misinformation. Every time we ask a question around what revenue would be produced for the town, we're told we're getting $4 million. That's inaccurate. That's a possibility based on a projection, right? So we get $4 million if and when there's 95% occupancy. 95% occupancy is estimated to be around the year 2030. If we were to just develop the Lord and Taylor lot, which I think everybody's in agreement we need to do it. It's not we're not opposed to redevelopment, right? That would be ridiculous. But if we were to just develop that property, well, I can't ask the question, but what would the tax base be based on the redeveloped property? If the taxes are $550,000 a year today on one individual building, and we're going to have 5 buildings built, brand new construction, what would the tax revenue be there? I guess it's not a question, I'm making a statement. It's ridiculous. We are selling our property for $10 million. Can I ask if that's an accurate statement? Our most valuable asset we're selling for $10 million. Without a bid. I can sell my house if it was falling down for $1 million in this town, and that's on not even a quarter of an acre. So 10 million seems like a giveaway, and you're telling us it's our most valuable asset. Once we sell that property, we will have no control over it. Parking fees will be at the mercy of the developer. We won't be able to do anything with the land. It won't be ours anymore. I don't understand why we're rushing through, and the answers I'm getting really don't make sense to me. And since I can't ask questions, I guess that's really it, but it's ridiculous. Nothing makes sense. The numbers don't make sense. I want redevelopment, but I just don't trust what's going on.
I'm Marvin Gersten, 725 St. Mark's Avenue in Westfield. So at the last council meeting, I noted that I'd be going over my comments and questions on the traffic impact statement draft report with Westfield's and the developer's traffic consultants. We had that meeting on Tuesday afternoon, January 24th. We had a good meeting. And I wanted to summarize the discussion that we had, but talk about three of my key concerns. And the first one is cost estimates. The traffic mitigation project cost estimates were not provided in the traffic impact report. John Federico, Westfield's traffic consultant, John is here somewhere. He's back here. John responded that the cost estimates are under review. They're subject to review and approval by both New Jersey DOT and Union County, that this may be a lengthy process and may result in increased costs. I noted my concern that as the project would be up by a vote, for votes by you folks and by the planning board, the cost estimates have to be an issue. Second, safety. Pedestrian bicycle accident data at critical intersection locations were also not included in the report. They agreed at the meeting that adding a more robust crash safety analysis should be included in the traffic study, and they will incorporate that data from previous studies. Vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle safety should be a major, if not foremost, consideration in your decision on the proposed development. Published Westfield accident data in the Uniform Land Use and Circulation Report on high crash corridors and intersections show the 5 highest intersection crash locations to be North and South Avenues and Central Avenue, Broad Street at Mountain Avenue, Broad Street and North Avenue, and the Broad Street South Avenue traffic circle. The data from 2013 to 2017 show a total of 412 crashes at these 5 locations, 5 intersections. Of these, 5 involve pedestrians, 4 involve bicyclists. Over half of these, 216 crashes, were at North and South Avenues and Central Avenue. 3 of the pedestrian crashes were at North Avenue and Broad Street. The consultant's traffic volume forecast at these 5 intersections showed an increase of 400 vehicles an hour during the weekday morning peak hour and just over 800 vehicles in the afternoon peak hour with the development built. I am in complete agreement with Mayor Brindle's statements that safety is of the highest priority to her as Westfield's mayor. In my professional opinion, the potential safety issues of the increased traffic volumes forecast at the highest crash intersections in Westfield are alarming. Third one, North Avenue parking garage driveway. I asked the consultants at that meeting if they had a plan B if New Jersey DOT does not approve the proposed parking garage right turn in, right turn out driveway at North Avenue close to Central Avenue. Mr. Canning and Adam Gibson of Kimley Horn responded that this issue is under consideration. So in summary, Mayor, council members, my fellow Westfield residents, the uncertainty of the traffic mitigation project cost estimates, the time required for New Jersey DOT and Union County reviews and approvals of the proposed projects more than justifies extending the town council and planning board's consideration of this project, if only for the safety issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Goodman, 322 Orenda Circle. There's a huge schism in our town, if you haven't noticed. Many of our town residents see this redevelopment plan as an eyesore, an inconvenience, a traffic nightmare, and a failure of continuing the quality of small town life that we always wanted. Other residents, however, believe this is an incredible opportunity for necessary improvements to make up for decades of neglect and increasing Westfield's livability and viability for years to come. And both of these are true. The problem here is that many of the citizens feel they were left out of the initial planning at Westfield One Place. The meetings with HBC Streetworks were mostly behind closed doors. Lack of early sufficient information and feedback, inability of the town to receive alternative bids and options, and the sale of our own town's public land had led many of our citizens to feel our leaders are disingenuous. And let's not forget, most of the master plan took place at the time the pandemic was in full swing, making it difficult for the average Westfield citizen to be aware of and participate in the formation of this new development plan. And I think that's where things got started going wrong. The lack of direct communication, the lack of bidding to several developers, the inability of the Westfield mayor and the town council to consider greatly reducing the scope of this plan has brought about a feeling of mistrust. In October 22 is when the new Westfield presentation office actually opened. Citizens were there for the first time to able to visualize this master plan. It's just too bad it could not be fully realized before the Candyland type diorama was constructed. There are some great parts of this master plan, but there are also some questionable ones which need to be helped. Not everybody is going to agree with all of it, and we understand that. I feel bad that the mayor has not called for a public opinion of this plan in the polls. It would settle the controversy of what the town really wants. According to the town lawyer Jardine, it would be illegal to have even a non-binding referendum. He has stated that if we have one, the town could be sued. But who in the world is going to sue us? Are we really going to sue ourselves? Or is it HBC Streetworks that's so dependent on this deal that they would want to sue us if they found out there's a disagreement with its proposed scope? I'm rather confused. The town has already found a way to circumvent zoning restrictions on the new building. Why can't they find a way to give us a referendum? I mostly feel bad that we lost the opportunity as a town to bring everybody together. I point to our elected officials for this. You are rigid. You are unyielding. You've already made your minds up before you vote. And it is you who we are supposed to look up to for the assistance and decision and to echo our sentiment. In these public meetings, you come up to the mic and you speak at and not with your elected mayor and councilman. There's no interplay, which should have happened back in the beginning. Lack of conversation defaults to lack of credibility. I am sad that our timeline is rushed. I received your 158-page document outlining your proposed development only 36 hours ago. I did not have time to digest it, and I only feel that this time it's obvious that this is only a concept more than a plan, and that concept needs to redevelop for the redevelopment. I feel there's no guarantee of New Jersey DOT allowing exiting from the newly proposed north parking garage, being that's very close to Central Avenue. This will cause an extreme bottleneck, tying up cars to get out of this garage by snaking through the town square and out by North Avenue train station. I've asked multiple times about the location of the new firehouse. Nobody has given me an answer. I am concerned about the newly formed and currently existing pockets of businesses, north, south, and west, that all need to be viable. We all care about these businesses. That physical separation of these areas by the train tracks and roadways make them more drivable than walkable and promotes more competition than it does cooperation. The aspects of this redevelopment plan consistently are changing and are still subject to change. How can you realistically vote on a plan that's still under major flux and is only a concept. Even a carpenter measures twice before he makes a final cut. I ask that you motion on delaying a vote for this plan. You gave us 36 hours. President Truman gave Japan 3 days after bombing Hiroshima before he hit Nagasaki. That's more time than you're giving us. I ask you, the leaders, to pull this town together. I ask you to pause by delaying your vote and reconvene with the public, as I spoke, to make a final plan that will be more complete and encompass more of the input that we will give to you. I asked our leaders to be fully more understanding of our needs
Mr. Goodman, I'm
and
sorry,
concerns,
you're out of time.
including some of the ideas that you'll learn.
Mr.
Thank you very
Goodman,
much.
I'm sorry, thank you.
That's a pretty tough one to have to follow. My name is Bill Christie, I live at 404 Lawrence Avenue. That's close enough to walk here tonight. I've lived here for 35 years. I served on the planning board, and I have been struggling with the appropriate analogy to present to people who are so completely convinced that there's nothing wrong with the town, that the planners who did the planning over the generations gone by have gotten it exactly right, and there's no need for us to relook at any of the things that we have found ourselves presented with, because they evolved from a process of good intentions and bad intentions. And a little bit of sense of deja vu here. I was in this very spot 25 years ago arguing in favor of both the ShopRite, well, that wasn't quite 25 years ago, and the plan that didn't get made. And like Abba Eban said about the Palestinians, Westfield has just never missed an opportunity to miss an opportunity. We have a great opportunity here to do something that's meaningful. We got the ShopRite. Well, we didn't really get the ShopRite. We lost all the taxes, but we got all the traffic. Garwood has, in my estimation, a beautiful project that has really completely revitalized that little section of South Avenue. That would have been built on our South Avenue lot had we approved the plan that was presented then. So what are we really afraid of? What I think is never given consideration, and somebody mentioned about the fact that we're selling an asset we're not going to have any control over. First of all, we do have ministerial control over the property and the use of the property. It's subject to the laws of the zoning and the like of it. We have almost 8 acres. My calculation was 8.5 acres of vacant land in downtown Westfield, owned by the town, producing 0 tax revenue. Now, let me tell you, 35 years I was in the commercial real estate business. There is no lower value use of an asset than to create surface parking. So we have decided to take 8 acres of our inheritance and use it for surface parking. If we had 8 acres, we're going to put it into a park. Nobody would object to spending money to build a park. You can't do that with parking. What you can do with parking is you could create more parking on the site that you have and minimize the spread. We have this terrible spread of parking. We don't have a problem with the numbers. I mean, to some extent, we have a problem with the number of spaces. But I think this is a little bit like having to renovate a kitchen. I've watched a lot of kitchen renovations, especially on our block, because all the houses are old. And when you start to look at what you're going to do in your kitchen, you start to look around at the other stuff, like the stairway that has to be relocated and the possibility that some structure has to be done. The people at Lord & Taylor have done a terrific job of preparing a really comprehensive plan. Don't like it? I understand that. You don't think you're a part of this, the project input? I just don't buy that. I've been watching this thing pretty closely all along, and yes, COVID intervened. We've got a very good-looking project. It isn't going to get done. I've been building a house for the last year. Every time I go up there, I change something. Things are going to change as it gets down here, but the essence of it is the massing, the sizes, the uses. That is what's going to get settled here. And whatever gets developed is going to get developed in the interest of the developer to see to it that he gets a high-quality project. So obviously, I'm in favor of seeing this. I wish that people who are so resolutely against things changing because they're afraid of change reconsider the fact that, if nothing else, Why do we have 8 acres, which could produce millions of dollars a year in tax revenue if it were developed, used for the lowest possible use besides vacant land, which is parking? Our parking fees don't even equal what I think is the cost of having to repave and maintain those parking lots. So I think to take a little section of this parking area and do it, which seems to be the kind of thing that really gets people's goat, I think is just a very narrow view of what the potential is here. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Vecca. I live at 222 Midwood Place. I do prepared remarks, but first I want to say that this is disastrous. You guys have called for rules. People are applauding. They're ignoring the rules. They're hooting and hollering. We are neighbors, people. My neighbors have different lawn signs than me. I shovel their driveway when it snows. I ask after their grandkids. Don't forget that, guys. We see each other downtown. I see some of my neighbors over there. They're great people. I know we don't agree on this project. Love them anyway. Great kids. Take it down a notch, guys. It's not going to burn the town down. I've owned my home in Westfield since 2016. I'm raising my 3 children here. Like many people in the town, I moved here after living in New York, but I was also raised in Cranford next door. I fondly remember nights in front of the Rialto Theater and the local Starbucks. All told, I've been here for the vast majority of my 34 years. Westfield has long been a destination within our region. When other towns were struggling, they used to look to Broad Street for inspiration. However, times have changed, and discerning eyes now look elsewhere. The problems here are not unique to Westfield, but they have been developing for decades around the state. A lack of new construction, difficult and restrictive permitting processes, a changing retail landscape, a reduction in weekday population from office closures and consolidations. However, our solution is unique to Westfield because it is being led by world-class developers, urban planners, and architects who've worked on notable projects like Bryant Park in New York City. Have none of you been? It's kind of nice. They're working to bring our town back to its prestigious place in the area so that we don't go to Summit on Friday nights anymore. Despite what you may see posted on Facebook and what people are yelling here, there is a lot of feedback. There's an irony to standing in this room and yelling that there is a lack of transparency in the town hall in front of the town council, who will host Q&A after this discussion if you stay up that late. Even more backtalk from the back of the room, who seems to forget that we are neighbors first, not opponents. If you don't think they're listening, Google One Westfield Place. Go to their website. They explicitly describe the changes in the plans that have been made in response to community feedback. You might not like the changes, but they are there. That is how the process works. You say, I don't like this. They change it. You don't get everything. Now, those opposed to this have said this tonight. We're in favor of smart development. This doesn't match the character of the town. We need more time. But you people who are on the fence, you should know this is a playbook. These are pages out of a playbook, very literally. It plays out across towns and across the entire United States. Find your coalition of neighbors. It's easy because most people hate construction. It doesn't need to be a majority. Make them willing to complain loudly, to protest in town, to cause problems in town hall meetings, and to make costly legal challenges to local developments. Challenges that cost each of us taxpayer money and consume more of our local budget. The playbook tells them to say that, so they're not saying no, they're just saying no to this development. Rinse and repeat. Now, to accomplish One Westfield Place's vision, there will be headaches. I live 2 blocks from the development site. I'm gonna sit in traffic a few extra minutes. I go on South Avenue and Central every day, dropping off my 4-year-old at Presbyterian. I'm gonna sit in traffic, I know that, but that seems to me a reasonable price to pay for moving the town forward rather than trying to freeze it in time. At the end of the day, I ask those on the fence to consider this. What things in life that are worth having come without headaches? Are we so against the concept of extra traffic that we're willing to accept a world in which our parents must downsize out of town? That our children can't afford to move home if they want to? That our downtown continues to struggle Monday through Friday while our residents commute into the city with no inbound commuters to replace them in our town? I think of this town as being filled with good people, good sons and daughters, caring parents, and concerned citizens. They're ambitious, many of them champions in their industries and respective fields. As surely as I stand here, my neighbors around this room did not come to their positions in life and this town without championing change in their own lives, their own businesses, and their own neighborhoods. Please join me in supporting One Westfield Place and supporting the future of Westfield. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Edgar Charles, 610 Prospect Street. I believe One Westfield Place, as currently proposed, would be a colossal, and I mean colossal, blunder for Westfield. Simply put, it is too big, too much, and too fast. Most importantly, it creates many more problems than what it purportedly solves for. The proposal, particularly the buildings on South Avenue municipal lots, is a strategic mistake. In chasing an illusory goal, it would destroy Westfield's comparative advantages of human scale, open space, and historic suburban charm. When I meet people from other towns in New Jersey, they say something along the lines of, "You're so lucky to live in such a nice town like Westfield." I've never heard one say, "You really have to build more to keep up with other towns in New Jersey." Or, "You're falling behind. What Westfield really needs is a 70-foot tall commercial space building in the middle of downtown." The unprecedented size of the proposed buildings, which are far bigger than any pre-existing downtown building, lack contextual sensitivity and are completely out of character with our town's human scale. It appears that the mayor and town council believe that this project is necessary to, quote, "save downtown." But is downtown Westfield, is it in such a terrible shape that we need to make such considerable sacrifices in quality of life in an attempt to rescue it? When I look at downtown Westfield, I do not see a death spiral of decline. It is faulty logic that increased commercial space is the way for downtown retail to survive. The reality is that brick and mortar retail is suffering nationwide due to secular changing retail trends, and increased density is not going to bring it back. Retail's been suffering in the most densely populated parts of New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. That's a fact. As a case in point, Williams-Sonoma and Banana Republic have recently announced plans to move away from their brick and mortar locations in densely populated cities and to pursue a digital-focused approach. Many other stores are following suit. What kinds of stores do you think are going to be drawn to this town by increased commercial space? No amount of increased density is going to bring those retailers back. As town council members and our elected representatives, your biggest obligation is one of stewardship rather than one of radical transformation. The mayor has stated that those who oppose this project are in the minority. That is certainly contrary to my experience. The overwhelming majority of residents that I know are not in favor of this project. I acknowledge that you have in the last few months tried to get word of this project out, but sufficient time has not been given for people to hear about this and to learn about it. Most residents still have no idea about the scale of what is being proposed, and when they find out, they are shocked. I asked the mayor, what evidence do you have that the majority of residents are in favor of this proposal? The fact is, you have not provided a sufficient showing that a majority of residents support this project. You have claimed that you ran your re-election campaign on development, and that your election is proof that there's overwhelming support for this project. But a 75-foot commercial building was not on the ballot.
Carl Salisbury, 715 Hanford Place. Please just build it. Thank you.
Curdy Malik, 238 Grove Street. Thank you to Don and Chris for the presentation. I just want to talk briefly about what I love about this project. I think we're underestimating how much positive can come out of this. So I'm just going to briefly state what I love. I love the emphasis on pedestrian and bike safety. As someone who walks everywhere, has kids who bike and walk everywhere in town, I love the crossings, the paths, the bridges. I hope this encourages more people to use these methods instead of being so deeply entrenched in their car culture. We live in a really lovely, walkable town, and I think few of us take advantage of it, and I hope more of us will now. I love, as someone who works with the elderly and people with disabilities, I love things as simple as larger sidewalks to incorporate wheelchairs and walkers, and shorter pedestrian crossings, which are easier to navigate for the elderly and kids and people with disabilities. I love that the north side and south side are gonna hopefully feel more connected, because that has always been something that we've talked about as Southsiders. I love the potential to have some of New Jersey's greenest buildings incorporated into this project. Everything from fully electrified to green roofs to EV chargers to permeable services. People don't realize how revolutionary this is and how Westfield would be a premier town just from this alone. And then finally, I love the idea of a stabilizing and even potentially lowering our taxes, which would allow us to live here longer, which is something my husband and I are very excited about. Thank you.
Good evening, Lisa O'Dwyer, 20 South Wickham Drive. Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I'd like to ditto on Carl, just build it. But I'd like to tell you about a town that doesn't redevelop. I was born in Binghamton, New York on the Southern Tier in 1964 and lived there till I was 25 in 1989. During that time, it was a bucolic city, bigger than this one, different problems, but there was work. There were 4 government contractors, including IBM, that started there, SingerLink, and 2 others. At the end of the Cold War, between 1889 and 92, those contracts were taken away, and all 4 of those corporations left. So our downtown, which was a thriving downtown with department stores, little mom and pop boutiques, cafes, pubs that we went to in our early 20s, every weekend, somebody you know, activities, there was a concert on the river, everything was gone. And thanks, every time I went up there, every 3 or 4 weeks to visit my family, it was worse and worse. Homeless people in their parking garages, people without work, everywhere on the streets, mental illness, it was disgusting. And thanks to the University of Binghamton, several years ago, that came to our blighted downtown and made a student center. So hundreds of students started coming there every day to these beautiful old buildings that were still abandoned. Developers came in and decided, well, we can do something with this thanks to the University of Binghamton. And they started developing all the retail space. I was there 3 weeks ago, and there's retail space. They have cafes, pubs, restaurants, little mom and pop stores, gift shops, art studios, and a plaza space to show the art of kids and adults in the summer. And there is an activity there every weekend. And now businesses are starting to come back. And because of that, developers came to all the 2nd and 3rd floors of those retail spaces and built these beautiful old lofts, both for affordable housing for students and also very fancy condo lofts for professors and professionals. And let me tell you, when you talk about traffic, I went there 3 weeks ago for a girls' weekend with my 2 best friends. First of all, we couldn't decide where to go. And second of all, we couldn't find a parking spot. And let me tell you, I cried tears of joy. So enough with the traffic. Build One Westfield Place. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Cash. I live at 922 Mountain View Circle, and I've lived in town for about 30 years. My wife and I have been lucky enough to raise our 4 kids here, and they all went through all the public schools in Westfield. I'm here tonight to beg you to please just put a pause on this project for very simple reasons. There's a spectacular lack of transparency around the finances. Let me explain my thinking. When I first found out about the project about 4 months ago, I emailed the mayor. I said, listen, let me help you analyze the cash flows. It's, for the record, I spent about the last 30 years of my career in and around Wall Street analyzing deals similar to this. I emailed the mayor and said, let me help the town get the best value for their money. It's one of the few things I'm good at. I got a response back and said, Mike, we have enough good people on it. We don't need your help. Honestly, I said, thank goodness, I don't have the time. But I followed up with a few simple, basic questions. And the simple question that each one of us ask every time we do any type of investment analysis, even for yourself, starts with this. How can I lose money? At what scenario can I lose money? And in that scenario, how much can I lose? We all do this, right? I have asked that question many times and have not gotten a direct, simple response to a basic question. That's a red flag. I was told all the answers are in the RFQ. So I read the RFQ twice. There's nothing in there. There's nothing materially in there. Then I found out there's going to be two Facebook town halls about the finances. I said, great, it's exactly what we need. So I listened to Bob Powell get up, and he gave the presentation. And in the presentation, do you remember the chart? Great chart. It had the cost of the project going for 30 years at constant, and then it had the revenues of the project increasing as far as the eye can see. Sounds great. And then he said, we're going to make $200 million on this deal. That's great. The problem is he did not at once bring in to enumerate what the costs were, what the potential downsides. That is a red flag number 3, and for a finance professional, that is unconscionable mistake. So then I looked into who is the person we're having help us analyze this. So the Better Business Bureau says that Nassau Capital, run by Bob Powell, is in Princeton, New Jersey. It has 2 to 10 employees, and it had their phone number. I said, great, so I called. I called between 10 and 20 times for 3 weeks and never got a person to answer the phone. All that aside, think about this. We live in Westfield, New Jersey. All of our friends, maybe in this room, we know people who work at some of the best consulting firms and accounting firms in the planet. Wouldn't it be great to get a separate, independent analysis done by a world-class organization to do an analysis of this project and tell us with full transparency what the upsides and downsides are, as opposed to having a tiny little firm that is literally being paid for by the developer. That's red flag number 4. Now here's the good news, and there is good news. And the great news is, and it's personal for all of you council members, you're not fiduciaries. So if this deal goes incredibly poorly, you can't be sued, you can't be censored, you can't be fined. That's good. We didn't elect you. We don't want to put you in that risk. It's not fair to you. Having said that, what we should do is, you have a massive responsibility, and it's ethical and moral to, not me, I've already raised my kids here, to the young families in this town, a couple of people who have already talked up here. They're trying to raise their families in this town and have the same experience I had. It was idyllic for my kids growing up here. And they deserve for you to be able to look at this project with a transparent, independent analysis done by a world-class organization. Then you can look them in the eyes the next time you see them at a party and say, I made a great decision for this town, and it will not hurt your hopes and dreams. I truly appreciate your consideration, and thank you for all the time you spend for the town. Thank you.
Good evening, Brad Melvin, 555 Lenox Avenue. I want to start by thanking you all for your service. I do agree with the earlier speaker. We're all neighbors, we're all friends, and it's okay to disagree, and we're not going to agree on everything. But I do want to just mention, we moved here in 2000, so we've been here for 20 plus years. We moved here to be closer to family, to enjoy the quality of life that Westfield offered, great schools, a quaint and welcoming downtown, affordable housing, and a safe community. We are for progress. We are for thoughtful development. We are not for Westfield becoming the new Hoboken. This proposal is progress, but it's not thoughtful. It is not aligned with its citizens, and it's an overreach. It feels like you are not listening to your constituents. So far, more than 2,000 residents have signed a petition asking the council to rethink the development. This has been dismissed on social media as being not material. I just want to jump back to the 2020 election. All of you were elected with less than 2,000 votes. The 2019 election, less than 1,000 votes. So 2,000 people signing a petition is very material, and I ask you that you just listen to this, the citizens of this town, asking you to take a pause and rethink about what you're doing. So tonight's presentation did not address any of the financial aspects of this proposal. Our previous speaker mentioned that. There are many unanswered questions, which I know you cannot answer during this public comment period. You can answer them later. But what is the immediate financial upside for Westfield? What is the immediate upside for the developer? What is the long-term financial upside for Westfield? The developer. Was there a competitive bid for the land owned by Westfield? And if no, why was there not a competitive bid? Is there an upside for Westfield in a competitive bid? Mayor Brindle, early tonight, you mentioned sidewalks and safety. Yet I live on Lenox Avenue, and families are walking down Lenox Avenue down the street because the sidewalks are a frickin' disaster, right? We have a lot of work to do on our own sidewalks, right? Let alone putting a bajillion dollars into this town's sidewalks. This community deserves more time and more debate. This community deserves a non-binding referendum. Thank you for your time tonight.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Melvin, 555 Lenox Avenue. My aunt moved here in 1984. My family moved here in 1988. My husband and I moved here in 2000. I'm here not only representing our family, but all the young families in our community because, as a mom of triplets, at this hour, all you want to do is go to bed. They're trying to get through dinner, and they all go to sleep by 9 p.m., so I'm representing them as well. Unbeknownst to them, because of their unfortunate, in the thick of things, witching hour of things, they don't realize that this money that you get, which is great, not $1 goes to the schools over the next 30 years. What does that do for them? They don't know because they're busy, they're hard, they can't get here. They don't understand because it hasn't been transparent. I would guesstimate that, 85, 90% of the town wants this. We want development, we want to grow. No one wants the town to shrink, but not like this, in the scope of overpowering buildings. I mean, what is there? 10 or 12 properties being developed in the town, in this little tiny town? We're not Summit. We don't have that space. It has to be spread out, scaled down, so it doesn't engulf the town. It's overreach. And 75-foot buildings, you may say, okay, they have a setback or whatever, but when you stand on Elm Street in front of Street Waters or whatever, you're gonna see that building. Doesn't matter whether it's setback. That's what you're gonna see, a wall overpowering our cute little, supposedly quaint, the jewel of the Raritan Line, Westfield train station. It's been said that we're so lucky to have flat land to build on. Well, we do have some other flat land that doesn't seem to be considered. Why isn't the lot behind Barron's and the lot next to Trader Joe's, why don't we put a one-tier deck to double that parking? What's happening with the two buildings that are abandoned for, I think it's 4 or 5 years now next to Stop and Shop? Why doesn't a corporate building go there? So it's set back from town, so it doesn't cause as much traffic. And 2 other side notes, as we mentioned, sidewalks. I don't really find sidewalk congestion. I don't know if anyone else does. It's more sidewalk unwalkable, where people have to light their flashlights while they walk home from town or from the train because they might trip, while young families are walking in the streets because they can't put their strollers or teach their young children how to ride bikes. Or, for example, our handicapped son who has to ride in the street and we have to stand and try to navigate traffic so he can get through. So for the lady who said, I'm not worried about traffic, well, I was almost hit by a car 3 times in October. My husband in December, walking home on Euclid, someone literally an inch from him almost got hit. And then, obviously, our son is in a wheelchair, driving to town, as you know, unwalkable sidewalks. I don't care if the sidewalk in town over by Lord and Taylor is wide and 12 feet wide. What does it do for anyone? No one's walking over there. That doesn't make any sense. And it's been said, having such an established partner is truly a gift we've been giving with Streetworks. I'd like to point out that their two biggest projects right now are Beverly Hills and Vancouver, which are two of the biggest cities. We don't compare to that. We don't need that kind of development. On a last note, please remember that has always been forgotten for years, and there's been committees about mothers against crazy driving, drunk driving, all those things. Westfield is a commuter town. They cut through from 22 down Mountain, around the Rialto, down Central, and they completely disregard any laws and rules. And what does it take until someone realizes that? This is only going to bring more. Do you wait until people are hurt? Because it's starting to happen. And it's a huge safety pedestrian issue. What happens when you have huge businesses with FedEx, Uber, Amazon, all the employees? There's no way we can handle that. If we can set it outside of town,
I'm sorry,
that
you're
would be-
out of time.
That would be
Thank
the
you.
best, and you really should consider it.
Thank you.
Joe Salemi, 773 Clark Street, 30-year resident. Much of the published information regarding the One Westfield Place project by Streetworks in the town, in my opinion, gives a misleading representation of the pilot payment mechanism and what those payments actually represent. Pilot payments were originally intended to attract developers to projects that would not otherwise be considered, often in depressed, unattractive, risky locations. Not in locations that are clearly prime real estate in one of the premier municipalities in the state, especially in Westfield, where it is mostly on the developer's own property and the rest of it on municipal property to be sold to the developer without public bid. In her remarks, or in the mayor's remarks, during one of the Facebook Live financial presentations, the mayor had her redevelopment attorney explain in response to one of my letters that hundreds of municipalities have used this tool, in his opinion, successfully. His number is likely correct. In my opinion, and that of many others, and you should read former State Comptroller Boxer's report about that, which is still put out there by the Murphy administration. This tool is in fact frequently abused. I believe that is the case with this project here in Westfield. Pilot money is not free. It is a payment in lieu of conventional taxes. Pilots grant a reduction in tax obligations to the developer. The reduction is meant as an incentive to invest and build in locations that the developer would likely exclude from consideration. That is not Westfield under these very, very favorable circumstances to the developer. Based on the data provided by Streetworks consultants, the reduction in revenue to Westfield when comparing the pilot payments to the developer's fair share of taxes at the conventional rate is about $60 million over the proposed 30-year pilot period. By not doing this development under conventional taxation, the town is not diversifying its tax base. It is diverting it to municipal purpose, from municipal purpose spending to school spending. Or the reverse, I should say, from school spending to municipal purpose. Regarding school funding, the town misleads with partial truths. Yes, the schools are always 100% funded. Yes, the developer will pay conventional taxes on the land. And if our parking lots are sold to Streetworks, the land taxes on those properties will be new revenue. That amount is $780,752 over 30 years, averaging $26,000 a year. Not so significant. In order for any of the $140 million of the pilot payments not currently designated for parking garage debt service to be shared with our schools, the mayor and council may, at your discretion, allocate some of the pilot money to the school budget. If you do not, we taxpayers will absolutely be required to make up the difference. Those are the facts. This project under pilot is diverting $162 million from school operating costs over 30 years, and that will be paid by regular taxpayers. Within the past several weeks, the mayor added to the project financial statement, a quote, something along the lines of support for capital projects might be included. Well, that's great, but what about increasing operational costs? And I don't mean from additional enrollment, because I don't think that's going to happen, but from the inevitable substantial increases in contractual staff and salary benefit costs. That will happen. Many other pilot towns, for example, Garwood, Cranford, Metuchen, have brought their schools into the process and negotiated firm budgetary commitments. Realistically, I know that you guys will not back off the pilot arrangement, but at the very least, I ask in conjunction with the Board of Education, you make a firm public commitment to fund a portion of the school budget increases with the pilot funding. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Stu Arnold. I live at 560 Hillcrest. And I'm old, I'll admit it. And so I've seen a lot of stuff. And in the 35 years I've lived in this town, I've not seen one major improvement in it in those 35 years. This is the first inspirational thing that's come across the town in all of that time. And for us to pick it apart with these petty little nits is just crazy. I think it's crazy. So I hope that that more people have the presence of mind to accept this is a phenomenal opportunity and we need to pick it up and take it. Thank you.
Thank you, so.
Before I start, I just have to say, I was a little nervous coming in because if you look, the windows are all fogged up and people have written help in the fog. So let's see how this goes. Maybe I'll need help too. Anyway, my name is Carrie Murphy. I live at 502 Cotting Road. So I'm going to talk about the overdevelopment. First, I wanted to ask the mayor and the council, have you guys read the 158-page redevelopment plan that was posted on Sunday evening? Because I've heard in the back there's going to be a quiz at the end, so I hope you guys are ready. Anyway, I'm tired. I'm really, really tired. I'm tired of my concerns and questions going unanswered. I'm tired of seeing other concerns and questions of our fellow taxpayers going unanswered. I began to think about why it could be happening, and I thought maybe when we speak about our concerns with this project, its scope, its size, the selling of our 2 municipal lots to a developer and offering a $200 million pilot program, how it's not right for our town, or why can't you provide us with a non-binding referendum vote, no town hall meetings with open dialogue, et cetera, et cetera. It seems that when we're saying these things, maybe it's how we're saying it, it doesn't seem to be resonating with anyone. We're not getting answers. Somehow we are speaking words, but they're getting lost in translation. They're going off into la-la land, where only we taxpayers seem to comprehend and understand what we're saying and what we're asking for. But the mayor and the council don't, and even worse, they act as if we're crazy because seemingly they're just doing what we elected them to do, or we misunderstand, or we're afraid of change. No, it's not any of that. We just don't want it at this size and this scale. Can you imagine how frustrating that must be? So I thought long and hard about how to try and solve this lost in translation problem we seem to be having with you, and I thought I might have a solution. Again, humor me here for just a few minutes. Mayor Brindle, I'm going to ask you to go back to your days at HBO. Let's go back to the long lost days when you were working up the corporate ladder at HBO. I think I read that that in your bio line, you might have been in sales and marketing, something like that. Anyway, but you decided to resign from a job at the height of your career at a major cable network station to come back to Westfield and be the full-time mayor of our little town for $1 a year. That was kind and considerate of you to leave such a role, and I'm rendered speechless, and I'm really appreciative that you did that. But now you're able to share with us your knowledge of sales and marketing. I think that was the department. Anyway, we can really feel the difference in the communication with us. The skills are coming in handy, particularly with this project. A lot of the creatively crafted communication, the finagling of facts, and the slightly faulty but friendly figures from what I can see and what I hear. It's coming in handy. Anyway, Mayor Britnell and the council members, again, hear me for a minute and imagine. We have Westfield, New Jersey. It's home to the latest new cable network. I'm calling it HBA. It's the hypocritical Brindle administration. HBA and its chairperson, Mayor Brindle, are all very excited to partner with their producer, Streetworks, and what they believe is going to be the biggest show out there. They think their target audience, the Westfield taxpayers, are going to love it. They've been developing and planning the show for what we've recently found out was 4 years. Who knew? The target audience didn't know. For 4 years, planning went into it because the pilot of the show just launched for the target audience 5 months ago. The show was in planning stages for 4 years, but that often is the case with programs. They don't give away the plot until it's very much at its completed state and not much can change. Anyway, back on track, HBA and the producers are convinced that the show, what they've sunk a very large amount of time, energy, and money into, and an awful lot of behind-the-scenes planning, the show of all shows, the show that's going to save HBA and put it on the map, is called One Westfield Place. So here we have HBA partnering with the producer of the show One Westfield Place, and they pulled out all the stops in promoting the show. They brought in the stars to promote the show. One Westfield Place, downtown storefront with glitz and glam, the Facebook Live meetings with the experts saying how wonderful it's going to be. We have a dog park, a community garden, bike path, and that's about the length of a block or more. They added all of the hot keywords that impress and entice a target audience, the taxpayer. They will not stop promoting the show, but the strangest thing happens, this big hit, the show that will knock out all of the other shows, the one that's going to put HBA on the map, One Westfield Place, is turning out to be a bit of a flop. The pilot episode is revealed, and lo and behold, the target audience, the taxpayers.
I'm sorry, Ms. Murphy,
They don't like it.
You're out of
They
time.
just don't care for it.
You're out
The
of-
chairman
you're
of
out of
HBA
time.
and the producer.
Ms. Murphy, you're out of time.
Can someone else finish this for me?
No, please, listen. It's,
Hello, Mayor and Council. Tony Laporta, 409 North Chestnut Street, former councilman and former member of the planning board. So, I've spoken before about the non-binding referendum, and I've written about it. I've talked about it. I stood on downtown with these signs. So I reached out after hearing our town attorney, Tom Jardine, stand here the other day, last meeting, and saying it was crystal clear in his opinion, well, the research he did and the research that other lawyers gave him, that the non-binding referendum is illegal. I think that's the term you used, Tom, illegal. So I reached out to the New Jersey Appleseed Public Interest Law Center of New Jersey, 23 James Street, Newark. The executive director, Renee Steinhagen. I asked her if it is illegal. And this is what, I'm not going to read you this entire opinion. I will give it to our town administrator, so you all get a copy of it, and our town attorney gets a copy of it. So now we finally get the truth. Okay, question. Does the explicit prohibition in the local development and housing law against a citizen's statutory right of initiative and a referendum regarding matters subject to the law reach public questions placed on the ballot by a municipality for non-binding advisory vote? That's the question. Here's the short answer. Simple answer is no. Again, she answers no. The New Jersey Supreme Court has explicitly held that prohibition found in a municipal land use law against the voters' right to repeal a zoning ordinance, their statutory right of referendum, does not apply to non-binding votes or questions placed by a municipality on the ballot pursuant to NJSA, and this was decided in New Jersey State Supreme Court in the Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company versus the mayor and council of the borough of Point Pleasant Beach. There is no misunderstanding here. None. Town attorney, I hope you understand this. Crystal clear? No. His opinion was not crystal clear. It's right here. It was done by a state Supreme Court, and there have been no cases to overrule it. Nothing. Statutes don't overrule it. So it's a smokescreen. Now, I understand you don't want a non-binding referendum. Then just say it. Just say, I don't want it because it's not good for public policy. It's not good for the town. I don't trust the people. The people don't know anything. But no, you don't say that. You say it's illegal, and it's not illegal. 100% it's not illegal. And you're going to get this opinion, and it's many, many pages. It goes into detail. I sent a copy to the Westfield Leader. I sent a copy to the Tap into Westfield. And if there's any other news media that would like a copy of it, I will give you a copy. She sent me a long email with cases that she cites here, with the cases, and you can read them. I'm not an attorney. I'm sure our town attorney would like to read them. But I know how to read English, Mayor. I know how to read English. I'm not an attorney, but I know how to read English. And I may have been born in the morning, but it wasn't yesterday morning. What you're doing is a smokescreen. You don't want the people to speak. Remember, we're a nation of the people, by the people, and for the people. Let the people decide. You made a comment the other day. That a small group of people are against this idea of opposing your plan, but the majority of people in Westfield are for it. I'll call you out on that. Have a non-binding referendum, and then you'll really find out. That's all you have to do, Mayor. Have a non-binding referendum, and that's it. So, a couple other things I want to say. I want to thank Councilman LaGrippo. The other day, last meeting, he asked for a motion to pause this. And Mayor, you didn't even ask for a second. I think the town attorney said, Mayor, you have to ask for a second. You should have asked for a second.
I did ask for a second, just so you know.
Didn't hear it. I did not hear that.
It's it, Mr. Your time is up, Mr. Laporte.
Oh, come on, Mayor.
No, you're done. Thank you.
Oh, you know I'll be back, right?
Of course.
Thank you, Mayor.
Good evening, Katie Gargiulo, 1001 Cranford Avenue. I think I speak for most people in the community who feel that we do need some sort of development. I think most people are in favor of some sort of development, but not this one. I think I speak for a lot of people who feel that it is just too much, it's too big, it is not in keeping with our town, and we're looking for a pause, we're looking for alternatives, because a lot of people feel like it's just too much. And some of the plan just doesn't make sense. Why are we adding rental and office space when people are working from home and shopping online? It just doesn't make sense. And I second what Mr. Laporta said. Let the people vote. Let us vote. If you want to, we can do it. Don't you even want to know what the people think? It's shocking that you do not want to know. I would think, as a public servant, my job is to serve the people. I want to see what they want. I don't want to assume that most people are in favor of the plan. I don't want to assume most people are not. But it baffles my mind that you don't even seem to want to know. And I sincerely hope that this is not a case of personal pride over serving the public. Westfield is our town. It is our home. It is our own little unique paradise. So please, I am asking you, do not pave our paradise to put up a parking lot.
Gary Mandelblatt, 730 Lawrence Avenue. Westfield is at a crossroads. The impact of online retail, the closing of Lord & Taylor, and the loss of thousands of jobs have all taken the toll on our downtown. One option is to do nothing, or another option is to do something, but not enough. Or we can undertake a transformational project that will enhance our town and set Westfield on a stronger path to the future. Over the past number of years, the mayor and town council have been working to define a master plan and to identify a solution for the online shopping impact on the Westfield downtown, and to define a plan for the hulking abandoned Lord & Taylor structure. Rising out of these efforts is the One Westfield Place proposal. This One Westfield Place proposal defines a comprehensive plan for the redevelopment of largely undeveloped and inefficient eyesores around town. The plan provides direct improvements to our beloved downtown, and it provides the town with substantial financial resources to make improvements to our town, in our infrastructure, and our community on an ongoing basis. I recognize that this has been a ton of work for the mayor and town council. Understandably, this size of undertaking is challenging. It drives differences of opinions and raises the emotions of our residents. I believe that all participants think they're acting with the best intentions of our town and doing what they think is best for our town. But I also believe that you, the town council, have been guided by the same fundamental principle, and that principle is to define a plan that is best for Westfield. The culmination of your efforts to define a plan for the future of Westfield has its supporters and its critics. The town council has endured hours and hours of criticism for its efforts, sometimes, as we've heard, quite heated. You are a duly elected mayor and town council members. You fought the tough battles to get elected. Every one of us could have chosen that same action, but you did. You have all earned the trust of your constituents by clear majorities, and you've been elected to lead the town of Westfield. You've been elected to determine what is best for Westfield. On his way to collect a Nobel Peace Prize, President Theodore Roosevelt made his most famous speech in 1910 at the Sorbonne in Paris. The speech was titled, "Citizens in a Republic." I think this quote from his speech is relevant for where we are in these discussions of this project. I've edited the quote only to adjust the genders to better represent the diverse town council. It is not the critic who counts, not the person who points out how the strong person stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the people who are actually in the arena, whose faces are marred by the dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again because there is no effort without error or shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends themselves in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and those who at the worst, if they fail, at least fail while daring greatly, so that their place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory or defeat. I believe that you have negotiated to get the best deal for Westfield, that you have been transparent in your actions, and that you have respectfully listened to the good, the bad, and the heated. I believe that you have developed a plan that is best for Westfield. I applaud the mayor's and town council's efforts, and I support your votes on this project.
I'm Sam Altman. I'm a junior at Westfield High School. And first, early this meeting, I'd first like to address and take notice to questions regarding the mayor's and...
Sam, can you state your address for the record, please?
Oh, yeah, 620 Greenbrier Court. And so first I would like to, I took notice earlier, a lot of criticism about the mayor and her administration as not, I guess, like not addressing or not listening to the people, being hypocritical in a sense. And I took issue with that because I've seen the mayor spend her Sundays working with the students, as we did 2 weeks ago, in educating us when we don't even have the right to vote. And for her. And so that's first. So I first like everyone to agree in a sense of, or like, despite the criticisms on the mayor and the issues at play, I would like everyone to respect the devotion that the mayor has brought towards this project. And so this leads me to my second point. So sorry about that. Can we raise this a little bit, sir? Okay. And so first I would like to speak about, so 2 weeks ago, 15 students and I formed this student advisory board at Westfield High School. And the mayor and Mr. Godea spent 2 hours educating us about the project, about the financial aspects of it, about all facets of the project. And so after the meeting, I spoke with the board members, and we spoke with 400 to 500 students at Westfield High School. And after educating them for a while and having deep, in-depth conversations, we did find a lot of enthusiasm for it. And so first I'd like it to be known, I guess, that a lot of us students want to move back into Westfield, like this is our future town. And so we want, I guess, we want to have our vision seen in Westfield and what our future is like. And this follows our future, as there are more stores that are more fitting towards us. There's more spots for us to hang out in with these new public facilities. There are new buildings, and it could revitalize the downtown that will allow us to go out there, spend it for a day, and do more than just getting a lunch or going to other towns or even moving out of this town, because this is our town as much as it is adults' towns. This is our future's towns too. And so I did hear some, I guess, ways to reform, I guess, or change the proposal, as a lot of our students agreed that to respect the town council and the mayor's efforts to build this proposal, it's necessary to make smarter changes and little changes that could improve it in minor aspects, but not overhaul the whole plan, since it does work for us. And so some things we want are more input on the stores that are being put in, even if that's just discussions with Streetworks, if that's discussions with the restaurants that are coming in, because A, we're the consumers, and B, we want to shape downtown more as we see fit. And B, we would also like to see more safety, I guess, during school hours, like maybe a halt of construction during school hours, because danger is at play and many of our students walk home. And this leads me to address to another point about the beauty and the facade of the new Lord & Taylor buildings, for example. As the 500 kids we did survey, we did see 80 of them walked home through North Avenue every day. So there you go, there are the people that walk home and walk through that North Avenue street. And so I guess those are the major minor reforms that we want to be made, but we'd also like more bike lanes, because many of us do bike too, and greater focus on the streets and the street safety of it, with the communication with the people. And so overall, I, as well as the rest of the student boards, do agree or would support this new proposal. And I would also like to raise other issues that were not discussed with the student board, as these new townhomes that are made affordable that have caused a lot of criticism. These new townhomes are A, for these adults who spent 40 years or so raising their children, spending tons of money in this downtown economy, and they now want to continue to live in this town and continue to put money into this downtown. So I think it's necessary to respect those wishes, as they have dedicated most of their lives towards this town. And B, I'd also like to focus on single parents too, who are trying to raise their children, who are trying to put money in downtown, but they can't afford the expensive properties that are being put. So I think it's necessary to have them, to allow them to continue to raise their children in these school districts. And
all right, Sam, that's great, though. Thank you very much. Exactly.
Future mayor.
And Sam, thank you. I do want to acknowledge, hey, Sam, I do want to acknowledge that Councilman Mackey was at that Sunday session too, so, and all the students, so, but anyway, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Diana Gambino. I live at 309 Marlborough Street. My grandparents have lived here in Westfield for 62 years. They started a business which thrived for over 45 years here in town. My other grandparents moved to Westfield 48 years ago. My parents grew up here, still live here. I am now a third generation, 30-year resident who chose to purchase my home here in town because I love its current charm and suburban feel. It is clear that my family settled and stayed here in Westfield because we love this town. That opinion, however, is changing. Let me clearly state, we are not against development or regenerating our town. We are stating invest in our town responsibly. We simply are against this massive over-redevelopment, which is now being forced towards us, the tax-paying residents. We are against the process by which this overdevelopment has been planned and decided by a handful of people. While it is clear there are many of us tax-paying residents who have had not much say in our town and how it will forever change. There will be far more congestion in the central business district and on our main roads, leading to many safety concerns. I already have to drive through surrounding towns to avoid the center of town during my daily commutes to work. As an educator myself, I have heard the presentations, educated myself on the plan. And I will also say that constituents and tax-paying citizens are not ignorant. We should realize that when this entire pilot program plows full steam ahead, it will surely affect our school system. Excuse me. We are wanting a say in the direction of our town, considering the size and scope of this massive overdevelopment. I believe you will find many people do not want the huge office buildings and giant parking decks and total disruption that you and Streetworks are so eager to force upon many of the tax-paying residents of Westfield. Perhaps deep down, you do know what growing opinion of the taxpayers of our town is, and that is the reason for shutting us down or discovering what a non-binding referendum may show. What we are saying is slow down, please. Hear more of the concerns of the Westfield residents and change the course of this massive overdevelopment before it's too late for all of us. Let's fill the vacant spaces first and then build what we need. Please consider having a non-binding referendum and let us vote and then make a decision. Thank you for your time.
Hello. So good evening. My name is Melissa Diep, and I'm a resident at 775 Nola Terrace. Westville has been my home for my whole life, all 28 years of it. I want to speak up that I'm against the current scale of the One Westfield Place and the Edison Fields projects. I think that both projects are too much for Westfield, crammed into a short amount of time. I'm against the current plans for One Westfield Place because I think it is unnecessary and will further worsen traffic. Traffic is already bad without these projects, and it will only get much worse after we lose the large South Avenue parking lot and add more residential and office buildings. Commuters taking NJ Transit, like myself, will lose the convenience of open parking and will have a longer commute lining up to park in parking garages. Visitors to downtown Westfield will lose this convenience too. Also, the proposed structures are too tall, and I also do not see much value for residents with the addition of the South Avenue offices. It sounds like a bad idea to introduce new offices when there is a trend towards hybrid and full-time work-from-home jobs. Personally, I work from home 2 to 3 times a week within the banking industry. And I know many others in different industries who work from home as well. I'm against the Edison Fields project because artificial turfs are toxic and will pollute the Raritan River that is right behind it. We need more green, not less. How can Westfield call itself a green town and promote artificial turf? Also, the stadium lights at night will disrupt the peaceful way of life and wildlife. There will be more crowds and traffic on top of that, which is unsafe for nearby residents. In short, I urge you to scale down these projects. My family and I like the scale and charm of a suburban town, and that's why we love Westfield as it is today and choose not to live in a city. I would like for you to focus efforts on the Lord and Taylor building and fixing the current issues like roads, drainage, sewage, and parks. For example, in Tamaulipas, for the last at least 10 years, the fountain has been broken and the pond stinks every summer. The list goes on and on. This whole process of development after development in Westfield feels like such a rush. Residents deserve and need more time to process all of this change and add input. I urge you to please slow and scale down development. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jay Goldring, 738 Boulevard. Thank you for the opportunity to express my support for the One Westfield Place project. One Westfield Place is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that brings a unified structure to our downtown while providing improvements too numerous to name at no cost to taxpayers. Yes, there will most likely be more traffic on our major streets, but the improvement Streetworks is proposing, along with thoughtful implementation of our own 2019 master plan, will result in drivers traveling at slower speeds, improving safety for cyclists and pedestrians. Changes to stoplight timing and traffic flow on North, South, and Central Avenue should also lead to less time idling, leading to better traffic flow and overall a win-win situation. Finally, Streetworks is working with New Jersey Transit to create a dedicated bicycle corridor using the New Jersey Transit right-of-way, which will connect to a larger planned network of bicycle paths throughout the county on abandoned rail lines with the goal of further reducing car traffic through downtown. This is a big decision for Westfield. We can either continue along our present path of piecemeal downtown development, including acres of unused asphalt flanking our train station and long lines of idling cars at stoplights, or create a lively downtown streetscape with green space, stores, and entertainment venues which will be enjoyed by generations to come. And since somebody else quoted Joni Mitchell, I'll say we're taking a parking lot and we're not quite creating paradise, but we're making it a hell of a lot better. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor Brindle, council members. My name is Frank Fortino. I live at 1 Priscilla Lane. I testified a few times here. I've been a 30-year resident at Westfield and participated in many, many different committees, and also sat where Mr. Grippo is sitting, and Don and I always chatted on the advisory board, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, quality of life, and how it affects the neighborhood, and planning and giving the board approvals for the right decisions that will complement Westfield, keep the character of Westfield and as it is, and also carry on with construction. Having said that, I'm very much in favor for maintenance and development of Westfield. I think that downtown does require it, need it, but, and that's a big but, is to a certain point and control. What am I talking about? Well, a lot of testimony has been made here tonight and in past evenings, where people are assuming and giving a lot of assumptions about what the cost is in finance. They're telling you got to get a third-party, owner's rep to give you the actual numbers that are going to be building, that's going to be required to build this development. Then we see the development changing based on comments that the community has made. And then, of course, obviously, what does it really mean? This is a large development site. This is something that I don't believe that Westfield ever experienced. And I think that having a large development site, you need to have talent that comes to the table, not only from the board and everyone that sits in front of us here at council, but the community. I think that the community should have a board of their own that interacts with the council and also interacts with the developers. This is the way it really works, because when you have a large development site, and I am not going to call anyone out, I don't believe that you know the details that it takes to build this, particularly the cost, particularly the design, particularly the materials, and particularly how things are going to function. We heard testimony about the traffic. I really think that we do need, some sort of a control in a parking arrangement and design. I don't believe that building a really tall parking structure is the answer. I think that at the end of the day, maybe thinking about bringing the parking structure halfway down below grade and the other half up. So therefore, you're limiting the height. I really believe that at the end of the day, you can do something that makes sense in the downtown area, but not very quickly. I think that you need to control it. I really would love to see the developers come to the community and create the first segment of what they own and create that, develop it, and make it happen. Because we don't want to get into a position that we fall short of money. We don't want to get into a position where we lose the opportunity. We want to build the downtown area, keep it vibrant. And I really think that we can make it happen, but you need to have the experts and the people that are in the community. You've heard testimonies from the traffic people. You heard engineers. You've heard the community. Let them speak. Let them create a community board to interact with your developer. And I think that's what you're going to have a success. One thing that I do want to add is really, really important, and never forget this. The devil's in the detail. The devil's in the detail, and it will crush you. I've seen it happen. And I don't want it to happen in Westfield. I have grandchildren that are going to be raised and they're starting to play in this field, and I want to keep it that way. We want fourth, fifth generation. I'm not going to be the one in the 55 over, and I said that the last time. I'm going to maintain my house and keep my house where we all can congregate. I have 2 children already in this town that invested in real estate, and they're going to stay here, and I have others that are coming. So, with having said that, Mayor, please, there is no rush here. Let us be part of what we want to design. Build Westfield strong, but not at the height. The height is not the answer. And in all due respect, Don, and I forget who also spoke about, you look at the bell tower, that's 55 feet. Yeah, that's just a bell tower. That's just a structure. Take that and elongate it to be a huge box. That is a monster. 65 feet is large, and you can set it back all you want. You will see it from the street. And when you have a narrow area to walk in between on Bell Boulevard, you have that corridor, walking in between 65 feet,
Sorry, Mr.
55
Fortini,
feet
you're
is huge.
you're out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Hello, Allison Carey, 408 East Dudley Avenue. That was perfectly said, the devil's in the detail. I was here 3 weeks ago, I believe, with a list of about 30 questions from financial professionals across our community, asking very explicit, very detailed questions about the financing of this project. It's now grown to 52 questions. By our calculations, 4 have been answered, 48 are still open. We were able to meet with Councilwoman Habgood a couple weeks ago at the Preview Center. It was busy, we got interrupted. She had to talk to people, which is understandable. So we didn't get too much accomplished. We got a little bit. We got some questions answered, but more keep coming in. People are coming to our organization because they're not getting satisfactory answers from this council, from Streetworks, and from HPC. And these are not frivolous questions. They are very detailed questions. Again, from finance professionals, one who spoke earlier, who has asked the town to be part of the conversation and help Westfield get the best deal possible for this development. So I'm only going to read 2, and I'm looking at my council people here, because if you don't know the answers to these questions, you shouldn't be able to vote on this tonight. One of the calculations for daily spending in downtown by these office buildings is calculated that approximately 1,400 employees, that's 1,350 office workers, plus 50 residential staff, are gonna spend $30 a day downtown. They're gonna leave those buildings, they're gonna go downtown, and they're gonna spend $30 a day downtown. That equals $42,000 a day spent by these people. $42,000 a day times 4 days a week equals $168,000 a week that's being projected, that's going to be put into our downtown. That equals $8 million a year. Does that sound realistic to you? If it doesn't, this is in the calculations. This is in the assumptions. So if it doesn't, that's a big question that needs to be answered. Okay, another one that keeps coming up is the fact that we keep talking about pilot revenues are gonna provide long-term tax stabilization. Each one of you needs to be able to answer how. And if you can't, you need to find out how and answer your constituents. I also want to remind everybody here, right? Tonight is not about killing this project. It's not about ending this project. I haven't heard one person in the last 5 months say they don't want any development in Westfield. Not one person. They want to be part of the process. They want to have a say. They want to be heard. Tonight, all 7 of you are voting on whether or not you 100% feel really good about this to go to the next stage. If you don't, you can't vote yes. And I assume Streetworks and HBC, they're not going to be happy about that. They're professionals. They do this all the time. Probably not going to be the first time. So just as our neighbor Mike Cash said, you're not legal fiduciaries, but you are the stewards of this town and the future of this town. And you have a moral and ethical obligation. If you do not feel 100% solid on this plan tonight, you cannot vote for it to go to the next phase. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Drew Pecker. I live at 214 Hazel Ave. I grew up in this town. Me and my wife moved back here in 2020, and I commute during the peak days that you're very worried about. To start, I can say I've never once seen that parking lot full, and I would much rather have safe entrances and exits to that parking lot, which it currently absolutely does not have. Secondly, I like to say that I moved to this town because I liked that it had a walkable downtown. I liked that it had fun things to do, and I liked that it would be a good place where I could raise a family. And it's part of that's the schools, obviously. A big part of that is just having things that kids can do that are safe, and a lot of that is just safe sidewalks and safe intersections, which I care a lot about. I'll keep it quick, it's past my bedtime. I think that this plan addresses all the things that I liked about this town and improves on them, and I just hope everybody here tonight can see that perspective as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robert Wendell, 704 Lenox Avenue. This board shows you the amount of development that's going on in our town, but also in neighboring towns. By the time that this project is done, we will have approximately 825 apartment units, which outstrips any other town around us, and we will also have the highest and largest buildings out of many of these other towns. It is a project that is unreasonably large given the fact that the structures will be seen from the street. Having architectural establishments of the first floor and saying that nobody's going to see the rest of the building is just nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense. The program is not within the historical context of our town and also within the typical 3 to 4 story height of our town. This project is a good project if done properly. I believed in this project when it first came up. I lost my faith because it was a project that was put on steroids. And unfortunately, that is going to be the destruction of our town, potentially, as well as our traffic in this town as well. When you look at all of these other places that are being developed around us, they're all bringing traffic to this area. The traffic plan doesn't completely fulfill the mitigations required in order for us to address the increased traffic amounts. The North Avenue garage, as well as the South Avenue garage, are misplaced. Certainly the North Avenue is, and that's not from me, that's from the town's own consultant 40 years ago when they said, don't put a garage there, it doesn't make sense. So I know that each and every one of you believe in this program and you think it's the best thing to do. I know you really believe that this is going to save the town. We can still save the town, we just need to downsize it. Downsizing this makes everybody much happier. It still makes for a good project. It is in keeping with what the master plan survey originally indicated, which was nobody wanted the downtown to be destroyed. 80% of the people indicated that they did not want the character and the downtown environment overbuilt. And that is unfortunately what we're doing with this project. Please reconsider. Don't vote on it tonight. Let's continue to figure out rational solutions for many of these major issues in this program. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mike Armento. I live at 30 Sandra Circle. Mayor Brindle, council members, thank you for letting me speak. I've lived in Westfield for the past 29 years. My children have grown up in Westfield. I'm not a political person. I typically trust what our governing body does. During my time here, I've placed my trust in the local governance, and typically I found over the years that Westfield is well-run and the leaders looking out for the best of the town. Thus, when the town indicated there was going to be a redevelopment project, I assumed this to be consistent with the town image and was focusing more on the Lord and Taylor lot. However, recently I decided to be a more informed citizen, and I started researching, especially seeing the signs pop up town over No One Westfield Plaza, One Place. So I researched it more and I realized this is not a small project. This is a gigantic overdevelopment of Westfield, not a redevelopment of Westfield. I think most of us who are at the rally, who are here, on both sides of the coin, feel that Westfield does need some redevelopment. But I think this redevelopment project is excessive. There have been multiple things raised that people said much more eloquently than me about traffic, increasing cars, 400, 800 during rush hour. That's insane. Traffic's horrible now. It's going to get worse. Safety issues. You're now changing 42 feet to 65 feet, the heights of the building. I don't care. I agree with people who said how far back it's set. You're still going to see it. You're changing the feel of the town. This is not what the people want. There's a 2,000 signature petition that is indicating this needs to slow down, not to stop it, just to slow down and take a look at it. I agree with the person who said a couple of people ago who said, how can you vote in your conscience? Yes, if you can't answer all the questions she asked. There's a lot of questions about this project. Mark LaGrippo asked it to postpone this for a month, and he didn't even get a second approval. No one voted yes. Why are we rushing this through? I mean, it seems very unfair. Again, you have 2,000 people. I was very distressed about your comment that was in the letter, I guess online about the rally. The rally was bipartisan. People that were there voted for you, Mayor Brindle. They said we elected Mayor Brindle. They didn't elect Mayor Brindle to do what she wants to do with this monstrosity. And this was a bipartisan thing, and your comment was it's a small, loud vocal minority and it's stoked by the Republicans. Well, that's not true. This is a bipartisan topic, and that was your quote. And I think you made a topic that's bipartisan, people who care about Westfield, into a partisan topic, and I think that's disgraceful. I think that the people here, again, on both sides, want what's best for Westfield. We want a vision where we have a vibrant town. But I think what your vision isn't consistent with what the town's vision is. There's no reason why we can't have a non-binding referendum on this. People want, you want to know, you're the governing body. You should know what we feel. And I think that a non-binding referendum, which, from what I've heard, is not prohibited, and which you've told and provided misinformation that it is prohibited. So I find that very distressing. So again, I'm a Westfield resident. I want Westfield to be the best town ever. And again, I love Westfield. I want my kids to stay in Westfield. You know, it's a great town. I have kids in schools in Westfield. But I think we need to take a step back. If you can't answer, is this the right thing to do right now? Stop the vote. 2,000 people is not a small minority. That's, last election they said, and I didn't realize that, 2,000 people voted. And I hate to say it, but you know what 6,000 is? 6,000 people is 25% of the electorate. That's what it takes to recall a mayor who is not providing appropriate services for their town and is delinquent in their duties. So I hate to say that, but I think maybe that might be the only solution if you continue with this project. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bill Fitzpatrick. I live at 408 Birch Place. Lifelong Democrat. I voted for Mayor Brindle, Councilman Habgood. I've worked in the real estate industry for almost 40 years. I worked with Prudential Realty on projects in Boston, Newark, Jersey City. I worked for Standard & Poor's as a bond analyst, and I worked as a treasurer for Mack Cali for 20 years. I don't understand how the council can begin voting on this plan when the most important financial questions have not been answered and shared with the public. These are the key topics which taxpayers have had some access to. You heard a little about the retail spending question. Yet that assumption that you heard of $30 a day adds up to almost $6,000 per year for every employee, all 1,350 office employees. That's the projection. I don't think it's realistic. And think about this, in my experience, most daily spending by office workers will occur in the base of the building they work in, which would be in new retail. So my question is, where is the professional market research report which forecasts and supports this retail spending number? This is important because what I've heard, the entire reason to build the South Avenue office is to provide walking wallets for existing retailers. Having the right assumption about spending is critical. The next topic, we try to find out what are the rental rates for apartments, office, and retail that are assumed in this analysis. Are they reasonable, and are they supported by market research? Well, we looked at the published pilot projections. They actually give us the answer. If you look at the pilot numbers in 2032, we know that the pilot revenues are 13% of gross revenues, and then we calculated the square footage. Square footage is mostly provided, and we made assumptions about apartments. So here are the numbers. The implied average rent on those 2032 projections, adjusted for 95% occupancy, are $76 per square foot for the west zone and $68 per square foot for the north and south zone. So 76 and 68. So let's round that to 70. Compare these to current market rates. Luxury apartments in this area today are renting for $36 to $40 a square foot. Class A office in nearby prime submarkets, the asking rents range from $25 to $35 a square foot. So my question is, how reasonable are $70 rents in 2032 compared to about $35 today? So where is the market research supporting these rental levels? And think about this, if the assumed rents are too high, then the entire 30-year pilot projections are too high. So that 212 million projection could easily be 175 million. So we really need independent professional market research to get comfortable with these projections. Okay, the third area, the New Jersey office market, has been in decline for 20 years, and the current assessment, I talked to a lot of people last week in the industry, Wall Street investors, analysts, mortgage lenders, there's tremendous uncertainty right now about the future demand for office space. With remote, hybrid, and quasi-hybrid work arrangements becoming more standard, the future looks like greater demand for apartments because people want to work, they need more space, but less demand for office. According to the Jones Lang LaSalle Office Market Research Report for the fourth quarter of 2022, The Class A direct vacancy rate for northern New Jersey is over 21%. When you look at it with sublease availability, the rate is over 25%. These vacancy rates have been at this level for years, and office buildings continue to be knocked down and replaced by new apartments. The report also shows these average asking rents in the submarkets. The Parkway corridor from exit 135 to 138, Class A office was reported asking rate of $27. Route 78 up by Connell Park, $30. Route 24 in Short Hills, a strong market at $34. And downtown Newark, Metro Park is a little bit higher. The major disadvantage Westfield has compared to these submarkets is that our downtown is over 2 miles to the Garden State Parkway and over 3 miles from Route 78. Highway access for large office users is critical as employees will come from a large area. With new construction rates in the $50 per square foot range,
I'm sorry,
especially...
you're out of time. Sorry
Okay,
about
I
that.
think I got my message across. We
Yeah.
need professional research. Thank you.
Mayor, Town Council members, my name is Bob McNamara. I live at 603 Lawrence Avenue. I've lived here for 32 years. I'm a New Jersey registered architect and professional planner. And while we've heard some negative comments directed at those of us that are opposed to the scale of this development, including that we're petty, fearful, uninformed, frozen in time, and afraid of change, I would say that nothing is further from the truth. I believe that people on both sides of this issue are actually more in sync and have more in common than has been portrayed. And I believe all of us have the best interest of the town in mind. The majority of the people would agree with the following. We all want to see the town grow responsibly. Redevelopment of the Lord and Taylor site is warranted. Quimby Street improvements are a nice idea. And the proposed town green would be a welcome front door for the town, as long as we keep the Christmas tree where it is. While we differ on the scale of this development, I would venture that no one had input into the master plan reexamination document envisioned 3 buildings on the LT site that are 75 feet tall. At the western building, you would have 65 feet, because you have to include the parapet, directly adjacent to single-family houses. Even when the typology report designating this as an area of redevelopment, it was dated July 1st, 2020, documented the height of these and stories regarding this site, specifically pages 16 and 68, it was 3 stories, 40 feet tall. That was voted on by the town council. How could anybody who follows this chronology envision 75-foot high buildings? A reasonable approach would be to follow the actual GP2 zoning and typologies report, which would get you 3 stories and 40 feet. On a separate issue, I wanted to talk about the parking garages. THA is your parking engineer. They're currently working for me as a consultant on a project in Jersey City. And they've noted, even in their own website, the minimum length of a reasonable parking lot is 238 feet. For an improved efficiency, the garage minimum depth should be 278 feet. The proposed south structured parking garage has a depth of only 170 feet. So we're 68 feet less than the minimally efficient footprint. The north structured parking garage is even worse. Its depth at its longest is 213 feet, but then it narrows down to 156 feet. So now we're 82 feet less than a minimally efficient footprint for a parking garage. As we know in construction, less efficiency translates into more construction dollars. So this deal has forced the town into 2 expensive garages, keeping in mind that phasing will always be an issue. Instead of the current proposal, I would suggest we envision a single cost-efficient garage for the town. In closing, build Westfield, but do it responsibly and at an appropriate scale. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Bill West, 663 Summit Avenue, Westfield. Thank you all for your service and dedication to the town. I've said it many times, it's much appreciated, and thank you for the engagement. Councilman Habgood, Councilwoman Habgood, LaGrippo, Mayor Brindle, and Emily, Councilman Root. 37-year resident, Westfield, former planning board member, former board adjustment member. I'm against the size and scope of this project, but I'm not against development. You've heard me say this before. I like a lot of what's here. I like the green spaces. I like the setbacks. I even like what was done on the North Avenue lot, reducing it from 32 to 16. It's keeping within the height. That is great. I really appreciate that. But the significant size of the buildings are well beyond the land use guidelines for Westfield, in particular the master plan. Now let's just step back. Thank you, Don, for going through the master plan reexamination process. During 2019, it was a really good thing. Residents were provided an opportunity to voice their priorities with respect to what was important to them, including one-seat ride to Manhattan, athletic fields, bike lanes, improvements to downtown. But residents were also against things like subdivisions, right? Tear downs and buildings that detract from the neighborhood. There were a lot of town hall meetings, breakout sessions, and surveys, but what was clear from those meetings in December 2019 was that they had a negative perception of multifamily apartments. It received the lowest residential approval rating of 34%, more than any other residential buildings. The survey revealed that mixed-use developments, however, were favorable, where appropriate, but not to the degree proposed here in Westfield 1 Westfield Place. The master plan reexamination report didn't identify any specific height or density increases, primarily because residents didn't want to overdevelop Westfield. So they're not going to make these increase in heights or increase in densities. Also, residents weren't asked if exchange for their desires of downtown improvements, would they designate the town of Westfield, the entire town, in need of redevelopment. That designation gives the town council the ability to bypass certain land use ordinance limitations in height, density, and coverage. And I think if the residents who filled out the survey, residents and business owners, they might have had a different opinion. It was never brought up at any of the town hall meetings, never brought up at the breakout sessions or any of the survey questions relative to designating the entire town of Westfield as in need of redevelopment. After that, designating the entire town of Westfield in need of redevelopment in 2020 during the peak of COVID. After that, the unified land use and circulation element in June of 2021, right, like a year later or 6 months later, the recommendation was to increase the maximum building height from 3 stories to 4 stories and 40 feet to 55 feet. The Streetworks proposal is well beyond this. 6 stories and 75 feet high of the Lord & Taylor property, and the South Avenue structures are 5 stories and 65 feet high. So right there, the purpose of tonight is to send this redevelopment plan over to the planning board to determine if it's consistent with the master plan. It clearly is not. It's not consistent with the master plan for these reasons. For anyone who hasn't read it yet, and I gave it a good try, I read most of it, but it was a lot of reading. Page 5 of the plan, for the redevelopment area properties, and I quote, "The provisions set forth in the plan shall supersede, govern, and control the standards set forth in the land use ordinance of the town of Westfield for the properties." So right there, it's telling you that this is going to supersede the master plan. If we're voting tonight to bring it to the planning board to say that this is consistent with the master plan, by definition, it's not, because it supersedes it. It's not consistent with the current master plan and not consistent with the June 2021 Unified Land Use and Circulation element. I urge you to rethink the scope and size of this project to be consistent with the current master plan. I guess I got a little time here. Let me just touch on some of my traffic concerns. In the Unified Land Use and Circulation Plan, it includes recommendations to improve traffic flow and minimize congestion. The desire is to have intersections at a level D service or better, and that's considered acceptable. One Westfield Place traffic study reviewed 17 intersections in the town. 6 of the present intersections have unacceptable levels of E and F.
I'm sorry, Mr. West, you're out of time.
Thank you.
David Olivera, 503 Boulevard. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I'd like to talk about transparency. It's a word that Mayor Brindle used as your springboard for your mayoral campaign in 2017. At the January 24, 2017 Town Council meeting, you talked about the lack of transparency with the Downtown Task Force and its community engagement. And I quote, "You might want to create more of an open forum. Even though you might think you have it, the perception from a lot of people is that it doesn't exist." 2 weeks later, you returned, and I quote, "You want citizens to feel like they're included in the process, and you're transparent with how it's happening, and right now, that's not how it's perceived. And I'm not suggesting you don't want it to be, but I think that every closing, more questions arise, and it doesn't feel like people are being engaged." First, I'd like to thank you for your statement 6 years ago that encapsulate my thoughts and the thoughts of many others today as it relates to the One Westfield Place development. Second, let me acknowledge that the town has provided a substantial amount of information on the town website regarding the project. Streetworks opened the preview center and has had multiple information sessions for residents. However, transparency can occur in two ways. First, transparency that happens from the beginning of the process that truly solicits and factors in the input of the community prior to the decisions being made. Second is transparency that merely publishes information and plans after the decisions have already been made to give the appearance that it is an open process and that community input was heard and valued. Sadly, many in the community feel that this faux transparency is what has occurred with the One Westfield Place project. Public notice of possible changes to the makeup of our downtown began on March 10th, 2020, 3 days before the world shut down due to the COVID pandemic, with the passing of resolutions authorizing a preliminary study to see if certain properties could be constituted as areas in need of redevelopment. Over the next 9 months, during the peak COVID time, when people were scared to get close to their neighbors and some were losing friends and relatives, the Town Council issued 2 parking lot and site investigation reports, had 3 presentations from topology, passed 3 resolutions declaring areas in need of redevelopment, passed an ordinance to adopt a scattered site redevelopment plan and a subsequent ordinance to amend said scattered site redevelopment plan, and passed a resolution designating Streetworks Development as the redeveloper for the Lord and Taylor site and 3 municipal lots. I must say that is yeoman's work that occurred while most of the town residents were distracted by COVID. Was the town council transparent? Sure. The meetings were public, but was the public engaged and informed about the scope of what was being initiated with Streetworks? And honestly, anybody that was paying attention could very well have been interested in a conceptual rethink of the downtown, but not the scale of One Westfield Place. Fast forward 21 months to September 2022, and the Streetworks proposal was first announced via a press release and a preview center. Many residents tried to stop by and have a look, only to find the doors were locked and there were no regular visiting hours. Appointments were required to enter the preview center, and residents that were attended were given a 1.5-hour presentation that many equated to a timeshare sales pitch. The preview center expanded their hours and in November announced a slate of information sessions for the busy holiday season from just before Thanksgiving through Christmas, with several subsequent meetings scheduled for early January. I attended 3 of these in-person sessions, but with the craziness of the holiday season, many residents were not able to attend. I listened to the presenters ask questions along with other concerned residents, as told was our input would be factored in. I watched video replays of the Facebook Live presentations. Many people submitted questions, some of which have been answered, others which have been ignored. 2 weeks ago, Streetworks announced 10 changes that were supposedly devised post-September 2022. Even these changes were not entirely new. For example, the proposed traffic light at Clark Street and North Avenue is listed as a change, but I attended one of the first traffic presentations, and the light was already in their presentation as a proposal. Two nonpartisan groups of concerned citizens banded together and created a petition to express our concerns with One Westfield Place. Mayor, you've gone out of your way to minimize the validity of the petition, so far as to say that assumptions were made before, quote, key information was made available. If key information about the development was still not available on December 8th, 2022, how can we say that the process was transparent, that public input was included, and that adequate time has occurred for the public to be informed, engaged in the actual proposed development? Town council, Streetworks, town employees, and numerous paid professionals had 28 months to work on the details of a redevelopment plan that began in March of 2020 and lasted 28 months until the public release of the proposed development. Information has been released to the public. I'm going to skip ahead. Many Westfield residents and newfound friends I've met the past few months have expressed our concerns about the size, scope, traffic, finances, and viability of the One Westfield Place tonight and other meetings via email and online. Mayor, we ask that you hearken back to the beginning of your political career in Westfield and truly engage us in the process before you move forward with a project that will forever change the town of Westfield.
You're out of time, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Greg Casco, 434 Everson Place. I want to commend this town council for forging ahead with town government through COVID. When school doors were shut, kids were forced online, businesses were closing their doors, this town council continued through COVID because government has to continue. So thank you for that. I've attended 3 information centers at the Preview Center, attended countless town council meetings, spoken with members of this town council privately. But most importantly, I've done a lot of reading. I'm sure my 4th grade reading teacher at Franklin School would be pretty proud of that because 50 years ago, I couldn't hardly get past the SRA level of Brown. But anyway, I want to read something here that I came across the other day. And I titled it in her own words, September 28th, 2017. When I walk around downtown and speak with business owners and landlords who share their concerns about vacancies, parking, and infrastructure, I ask myself, how did we get here? Why is our downtown fading when surrounding towns are thriving? There is so much to love, but we can do better and should expect better. The challenges in retail are well known. Our current administration rationalizes Westfield's vacancy rate by acknowledging that the, quote, retail paradigm has shifted, unquote. But it's not a new phenomenon. The retail paradigm shifted the day Amazon sold its first book online in 1994. What we are seeing now is the failure to recognize this shift and adapt accordingly. How did our town officials not see the inevitable impact of e-commerce, growing at the expense of brick and mortar retail? Why was there no proactive effort to reimagine our downtown as towns like Cranford, Summit, Somerville, and Morristown have done? I saw it and successfully led through these challenges before. As an executive vice president at HBO, I was in charge of growing HBO's $4.5 billion US business during a time of extreme disruption from innovative new competitors like Netflix, who triggered a disruption similar to what our downtown has experienced with Amazon. I led my 150-person team through a digital transformation that brought, quote, Game of Thrones, unquote, from your TV to your smartphone and laptop, leading to HBO's best subscriber performance in 30 years. My experience has taught me the best way to manage disruption is by leaning into it and leading with vision, courage, and selfless commitment. Vision is what I expected when I heard about the mayor's formation of the Downtown Task Force, in what seemed like a reaction to the Trader Joe's roof collapse 3 months earlier. But instead of creating a vision to reignite Westfield's downtown, we ended up with a rushed to-do list of recommendations made by a select few behind closed doors. When I look at the challenges we face, I see possibility. But in order for us to transform possibility into reality, we must recognize the scope of the challenge and implement solutions that move us forward. That's why I'm committed to leading a community-wide collaborative process to create a new master plan that finally addresses development, retail, parking, historic preservation, and more, and replaces the outdated plan from 15 years ago. A primary goal is to strategically expand our tax base so we can finally get the services that are worthy of the high taxes we already pay, and avoid relying on property tax increases. Developing innovative solutions will require input and engagement from all of our residents, irrespective of who you know or party affiliation. I'm excited to lead the effort as a full-time volunteer mayor and invite all of us to work for Westfield. Mayor Brindle, you wrote that. You kept, in my opinion, perhaps one of the most important campaign promises of any candidate in the past 20 years, and that is addressing the needs of our downtown. I did happen to read your opponent's 2017 campaign statement on that same date that yours was released, September 28, 2017 as well. It mentions nothing about a plan to help the downtown. It mentions supporting the downtown. What is support? It mentions a AAA bond rating, keeping taxes low, but there was no plan. Before he left office, he did state at the 333 Central Ave apartment building ribbon cutting that we need more foot traffic for town to survive. We keep hearing the overuse of the word overdevelopment to describe the One Westfield Place project. In my opinion, of course, IMO. It's not overdevelopment, it's overdue development.
I'm sorry, Mr. Casco, you're out of time. Thank you,
Thank you
though.
very much.
My name is Susan Goodman, and I live at 322 Arenda Circle. In the words of Congressman John Lewis, when you see something that is not right, not just, and not fair, you have to show up, speak out, and find a way to get in the way, to get in trouble, good trouble, necessary trouble. And that's why we keep fighting, because of our concerns of One Westfield Place. So you say that we're just a bunch of stuck in the mud, old people that don't want change. So my husband and I this weekend went door to door for 2 days, 9 hours, in our neighborhood in Ward 1. We went to 110 homes. 70 homes answered the door. Out of 70 people, 66 said, as we asked them, we're here to take a poll. Are you concerned about the One Westfield Place redevelopment plans as they are? And 66 of them said, yes, we are. Now, I'm not going to go into all the reasons because you've been hearing them for weeks. And they were not just old, stuck in the mud people. They were even young families who had just bought in and bought those homes. But all of them, including 2 of the people that said they might like it, said the one thing that disappointed them about all of you is that you took our right away to vote. That this is the United States of America. And the one thing that we cherish the most is that we get to vote. And they could not understand this whole thing about a non-referendum vote being illegal just because it's a redevelopment. So I got suggestions that maybe when we have to vote in April on the school budget, you could put a public question. Very simple. Do you like the One Westfield Place development plan as is? Yes or no? You could put this on pause, and you could do that. You found ways to rezone and do all kinds of other things. I'm sure you can do that. And then you'll have your answer. If the majority is like you say, and they want this, well, then the majority spoke. But you may just find out that you're not in the majority, and the stuck in the mud people that want this thing to be scaled down are in the right. And maybe that's why you won't have a vote, because you're afraid of what the residents in Westfield really want. So I suggest that you do what these people told me in my neighborhood. Put this on pause. They're not saying get rid of it. Put it on pause and put out a public question and put it legally and correctly and see if you get the answer you want. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Kyle Richards, 407 Park Street. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. In the master plan reexamination survey, residents overwhelmingly rated 5 to 6 story buildings as, quote, unappealing, unquote, and 7+ story buildings as, quote, very unappealing. Yet according to the redevelopment plan discussed tonight, One Westfield Place would add 5 buildings with a height of 50 to 65 feet, which is about the height of a typical 5 to 6 story residential building, and 3 buildings with a height of 75 feet, about the height of a typical 7+ story residential building. Many residents here tonight, on other nights, and during the information sessions of the previous center, have raised the scale of the buildings proposed for One Westfield Place as their major concern or objection for the project, not redevelopment in general. The concerns and objections expressed reflect the views already documented in the master plan reexamination survey, not a fear of change or a lack of understanding about the details or a lack of effort to learn about the proposal. I urge you to work with Streetworks to reduce the scale of the buildings proposed, in particular the height of the 2 office buildings proposed for the town-owned South Avenue lots. I myself don't really know that we need a referendum on this particular matter because I think we already know what residents don't want. Thank you for your time tonight.
I'm John Marcos, 543 Arlington Avenue. I thank you for your service. I have numerous concerns about the project. Streetworks does have a right to develop its properties. However, they should be following the existing zoning ordinances, and there should not be any 75-foot buildings. As far as the parking garages, many commuters do not want to use parking garages for safety reasons, time reasons, and cost reasons. The traffic flow for the 2 parking garages present many safety and congestion issues. The town does not need more office space. 600 South Avenue West has 80% or more availability according to several websites. New Jersey office market is very weak, continues to be weak, and many of us have concerns about mass timber construction. Finally, in Summit, Scotch Plains, and Granford, there have been major reconsiderations, modifications, and downsizings of projects. In Scotch Plains, they have now agreed to reduce the size of the buildings from 5 stories to 3. In Cranford, the gazebo, the parking lot, and the higher house are not going to be redeveloped, even though topology is involved in that project. 750 Walnut has undergone major changes. The new project on South Avenue has also gotten in. If there can be changes in those towns, there should be the changes in Westfield. There should be a reconsideration. I appreciate your taking the time to hear what I've had to say, but this project is too big. The buildings are too tall. The bulk is too high. The traffic would be terrible, and it would keep people away from downtown rather than encouraging people to go downtown. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Frank Fusaro, 422 Stanley Avenue. I'm in the 2nd Ward here in Westfield. Been a resident for 57 years and a registered Democrat and an elected member of the Westfield Democratic Committee for over a dozen years. You'll understand later in my speech why I mentioned that. I'm here this evening to once again voice my opposition to the One Westfield Place project that you will be voting on this evening by sending it to the Planning Board for their review. As you know, many of us have repeatedly asked for a copy of the redevelopment plan and agreement for weeks and months. At approximately 6 p.m. Sunday evening, during a nationally televised football game, the 150-page document was posted on the town's website. I assume that it was done so, it would only be allowed a minimum opportunity for residents to review the details and the fine print. There are no financials included in the 157-page plan, along with the fact that 11th hour changes were made with respect to traffic, parking, maximum building height of 75 feet, etc. I ask how many members of this council have read the 157-page document in its entirety. I would really appreciate if you answer that question later on in your comments. And if you have read it, when was it presented to you for review, since it has been in the works for years? How can you, in good conscience, vote on this incomplete plan? On what basis can you possibly approve this plan at this point in time? We have asked repeatedly, to no avail, to delay this vote, and allow the residents to fully review this document. We have circulated a petition, which has garnered well over 2,000 signatures, and have held a rally at the Northside train station that was attended by approximately 125 people, as counted by the Westfield TAP news organization. Yet all our requests have fallen on deaf ears. We have been ridiculed and accused of spreading misinformation on social media and in the press. We have been told that this is a partisan issue, and I can assure you that this is not. It is a Westfield issue. Not a political or partisan issue. On the CBS Evening News this morning at 6 o'clock, both you and I appeared on a nationally televised network. And your statement, and I quote, "The town will die," unquote, is very insulting to every resident of Westfield. Do you really believe that we're a dying town? I urge each and every one of you, everyone, not just the mayor, to please reconsider approving the resolution before you this evening. It is the right thing to do. And in closing, if you truly believe that our 2,000 signatures on our petition are irrelevant and meaningless, and that the majority of the residents support this development, then I would ask that you and the supporters start a petition, and let's see how many signatures you can gather in 64 days, just like we have. I challenge you to do that. And in fact, if you get 3,000 signatures to sign a petition in favor of this project, then so be it. The majority has spoken. Please reconsider this project and scale it down. HBC Streetworks does not own this town, at least not yet. We, the residents of Westfield, own this town. Thank you for your time.
Well, that's a tough act to follow, Frank. So I'm Carla Bonacci. I live at 603 Lawrence Avenue. I've lived in town for 32 years with my family. As you know, I am an architect, a fellow of the American Institute of Architects, a registered architect in the state of New Jersey and New York, a registered professional planner in New Jersey, a former Board of Adjustment member appointed by the mayor. What else? And I am a representative of Westfield Advocates. So this One Westfield Place proposal is not polishing a jewel as stated on page 1 of the redevelopment plan. This type of polishing will cause a major blemish, which will downgrade the quality of our jewel, which is all of Westfield, all 6 square miles. Our approach, Westfield Advocates and residents for Westfield, we've been collaborating, is to find the correct transformational balance that will achieve many of the goals and majority of the benefits without sacrificing the quality of our daily lives. We can agree on some of the benefits with you. More people downtown, more residents, a place for the 55-plus community to live, the opportunity for biking safely, and smaller traffic impacts. In Westfield, we generally like our quality of life, but this proposal in its current format is a major disruptor, and you have to ask yourself, where is this an enhancement to your lives? Or are you exporting a lifestyle from Brooklyn, Jersey City, or Hoboken that is not what anyone was looking for when they moved here to raise their families? This is a family town. And once we become like everywhere else, then we are no longer special. And the character, charm, the schools, and family feel of Westfield that we hold dear will be downgraded. So, our approach. So let's talk HBC sites only. We're on board with changing the use of the GB2 zone and develop the currently 3 underutilized sites to 1, provide residential and office uses, to right-size the number of apartment units to between 72 and 100, cut by 30 to 50%, to align with current zoning densities of 16 to 24 units per acre for this size property per our current zoning ordinances. To maintain 3 stories and a 40-foot height. Our historic landmarks should always remain significant and not impeded. You are practically doubling the height and mass of these proposed buildings to 6 stories and 75 feet in this redevelopment plan. Eliminate retail. Focus on filling the vacancies in the core downtown. You've increased retail residents in this latest version of this plan to potentially 30 to 50,000 square feet on this site. I think you have to take a look at page 2025. Take a look, it's a little shocking if you haven't read it. Right-size the number of townhouses. On the small corner lot, 12 units per acre, which would align with Cranford zoning for townhouses, might be a better fit because that lot is 0.64 acres, it's an odd shape, and any buildings that you put there are going to appear larger because of the irregular shape, and they take up so much mass. Pursue completing the traffic mitigations now as an early action item outside of the confines of the redevelopment plan. Some of them are not that expensive and we have a surplus. Beautify the town green. Make it larger, but keep the shopper parking on each side. This is a major drop-off pickup thoroughfare for the mass transit commuters as part of their daily lives. And you can beautify the town square, but keep the commuter parking on the edges. And now the public lots. We really believe those public sites have to go out for a public bid, RFP process. 1, let the market identify the highest and best use, not just you guys. 2, really evaluate the commuter parking lots because they are a significant land asset and a key benefit to commuters in Westfield. We take the train every day. The lots are full. If you went there today, the lots are full, and we love the express train.
I'm sorry, Ms. Bonacci.
I'm out?
Yeah, you're out of time. Yep, thank you.
I'll get up here. She's
Yeah,
going to finish for
no,
me.
thank you.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, she's going to finish for me. Great. Right, start from there and then this. I'll get on the line. That's fine. Oh, seriously? Oh, okay. No problem.
Good evening. My name is Douglas Miller. I live at 619 Carlton Road. I've been a resident of Westfield for 40 years. When this enormous Westfield Place project was announced several months ago, the public was told that this was a project 4 years in the making. But it was only after all the initial plans were negotiated behind the scenes that the public views and comments were first allowed. But the town citizenry did not have years of input into the planning, as did the council and the developers. Citizens of Westfield with lifelong careers in urban and suburban planning and building design, traffic engineering, real estate appraisal, and financing, such as you've heard tonight, were only allowed for the first time to introduce their thoughts and ideas in 5-minute segments before this town council body the past number of weeks. Specific meetings between the principals of this council and Streetworks and those Westfield experts on those issues to provide input and discuss project alternatives were either delayed or canceled or ultimately overruled as too little too late. Citizens such as myself attended the Streetworks infomercial meetings organized by our ward councilman when we objected to relevant issues concerning the development size, the effects of traffic, the effects on the schools, traffic, and the impact on the future character of Westfield. We were told we had no power to push those issues forward. We had no citizen select meetings, no votes on the project, such as a referendum that many people have talked about tonight. How, I asked, do we then have a vote, a way forward to make changes? Our councilman's response was that we need to be talking to him. And because we elected him, his vote was our vote. But But this councilman, and I expect everyone sitting before me, never mentioned to the voters at election time that they had a vision for Westfield vastly different from the Westfield that we knew and loved, that they had a new Westfield in which 55-foot, four-story buildings, like the Sophia, would be the standard for a new downtown, and it would be surrounded by 65 or 75 or 70-foot, 5 or 6-story structures. To clarify the immensity of what's being proposed, look at the size of the old 3-story Wells Fargo building at the corner of West Broad and Rawway, and imagine a series of 5-story buildings like that that are 25 feet taller and many times larger. Realize also that property currently on the tax rolls that's paid by the Lord and Taylor people provides funding to the school system. That would be removed. None of that money generated from the development would go to the struggling school system. So goodbye, new teachers, and forget about all-day kindergarten. Contrast this current process with the previous proposed development 20 years ago, when a 23-member committee of citizens and town businessmen first met to propose a recommended framework for balanced development in Westfield, particularly the parking areas. The outcome of that initiative was that new buildings, such as those in the train station lots, would be no more than 3 stories or 40 feet high, the development standard that had been espoused heretofore by all Westfield councils. The present council knows perfectly well this height limit has been embraced by residents and recent builders throughout these past years. This council knows that when proposals were made to increase development height to 4 stories, this has created much public resentment. Indeed, 20 years ago, when confronted with such a 4-story development, 77% of the voters in all 4 wards rejected the proposal in a town-wide referendum, which is why you guys don't want to have one. So what has to be clear to this audience and to the citizenry of Westfield is that this mayor and these councilmen before us have a new vision of what Westfield should be, namely a streetscape that is a phalanx of dense, tall buildings.
I'm sorry, Mr. Miller, you're out of time. Thank you.
Fine.
David Lanza, 1016 Irving Ave. I'm gonna be pretty quick. Just wanted to bring up a different aspect of this whole entire thing, which is the TNA or THA, I should say, Consulting Westfield Parking Plan. I just wanted to let everyone know here, and I'll give the same attention to the council members that they gave to us as we were speaking. Westfield Public Parking Plan, I just want to let everyone know, like, when you enter these buildings, your plate will be your permit, okay? So, if you're...
I'm sorry, can you speak
Your plate will be your permit, okay? So these new garage buildings are not just garage buildings, they're actually like smart garage buildings based on the LHA report here, Westfield Public Parking Plan, Parking Management Technology Enhancements Budget. But the problem with this, in my opinion, is that, first of all, it's overbearingly invades people's privacy. This is showing car, person right there. And this is all from the Westfield report. Tells you how many parking spots are in the lot. It's basically a surveillance state, essentially. But more importantly, at the bottom of it, it says annual parking, mobility analyst budget, $60,000. And this goes for police and, for example, the person that does the parking tickets and stuff like that. So it says 50% of an $80,000 salary, $40,000 per year, plus health, pension, works compensation, payroll tax, and burden. So they're replacing the parking, the police officer does the parking with a computer, and they're calculating that salary that that person's gonna lose their job for. Is that correct? That person will lose their job, yes, it is correct. I'm serious, yeah. And that's what they calculate. So they say it's a burden for them to pay for this gentleman to go around and a human being go around, God forbid, a human being go around. That's all.
Good evening. My name is Mike Domagala. I live at 961 Boulevard.
I'm sorry, what's your last name again?
Domagala, D-O-M-O-G-A-L-A. Thank you. I'm going to be short and sweet. I would like Scott, Mark, Linda, potentially the mayor, Dawn, Michael, and Emily, at least 2 of you, to go ahead and vote to go ahead and postpone this for 2 months. Yes. At the very least. That's it.
Hi, good evening. I am Paula Briones at 238 Hyslop Avenue. I am finishing up for Carla. So our infrastructure is maxed out and the proposed traffic mitigations only keep the status quo and will cause problems elsewhere in existing residential neighborhoods. You can't flip the switch and then strain the network by overbuilding, and that's exactly what you are proposing. Why do we want to create 2 CBDs? We need one strong, unified CBD, and we don't need to increase the size of the current CBD. The LT sites are not part of the CBD. In closing, Westfield Advocates has gathered so many residents here tonight to provide our input as a conditionally in my backyard organization. We also want a symbiotic project that fits in and supports our entire town, not a parasitic project that will draw away from our resources and burden our existing infrastructure. 1, have the members of the council taken its required hard look at whether the needs of this town justify this massive redevelopment. Have the members of the council truly understand all of the environmental impacts, the traffic, the loss of open space, light, and views, the construction disruption that this development on the adjoining neighborhoods in all 4 wards. Are the council members fully comfortable with the urban density and bland form of this could be anywhere development, with it becoming the predominant symbol of Westfield rather than the classic suburban atmosphere and Victorian-style homes that has attracted and kept us here? If your actual answers to any of these questions is no, then you should vote no, or at least pause the approval of this redevelopment plan to take a hard look at more balanced and alternative plans that can better serve Westfield's holistic interests. Lastly, the only reason why I heard about this development program was because Councilman LaGrippo, who's not my ward representative, spilled it out, according to some of you on this council. He was the only one that sent out an email to his ward when this was proposed. And Mayor Brindle, you went back and said, oh, well, these are just things, maybe these things will happen. This is not the exact development. But he was the only one that spoke up. Don Mackey, Katz, I haven't heard one thing from the 2 of you I never got any emails. The only people that sent emails was Mr. LaGrippo and Mr. Contract have only spoken out really. The first time I heard from Don Mackey was this week, the final week. So it upsets me that my town council people didn't ever say anything or speak to any of our any ward members. Thank you.
No, I think.
Good evening. I thought I would just make sure we go past midnight. So a big thank you to each of you for your service. My name is Russ Howell. I live at 746 Prospect Street. And I'd like to share a few thoughts specifically about the payment in lieu of taxes, or pilot. A lot of noise, a lot of misunderstanding, I think. Short version of my input is that I'm strongly in favor of this smart and strategic implementation of a tool that is afforded to you, our elected representatives, by the laws of the state of New Jersey. I've attended many of these meetings. I visited the preview center, tuned in for the Facebook Live presentations. I listened to lots of speakers at this microphone, read letters to the editor, and even some of the banter in the snake pit that is social media. And I've done my own research. in reading about pilots in New Jersey. I've read lots of lawyerly pros and con type articles. I've read the 2010 Boxer report on tax abatements by the then state comptroller. And I've read the New Jersey School Boards Association's take on pilot programs. I believe I've developed my own adequate understanding of why pilot law exists, the potential windfalls and the potential risks of pilots, and how you are intending to implement one for the One Westfield Place redevelopment. I've also tried to understand the various objections being raised here in Westfield about this pilot, my summary view of the material pilot-related objections, and concerns being raised here locally is that some people are concerned about what happens if the developer's asset underperforms projections, and others are concerned that if those assets do perform as projected, then how might that affect our amazing schools. I'll also note that there are some who are completely opposed to pilots from first mention. So personally, on my way to becoming a proponent of this project, I've paid no attention to that group of opponents. Every thoughtful bit of input I've read, including the Boxer report and the State School Boards Association take on pilots in New Jersey, while acknowledging pilot complexity and risks that need to be accounted for, has clearly stated there will be significant benefits to a municipality that smartly and wisely implements pilot agreements. When done right, risk can be mitigated and schools don't get left out. I will also say that with respect to the claim made by some that this will damage our schools, it's always seemed like a red herring to me. It should go without saying, but I'll say it in case. No administration in this great town has ever or will ever want anything but the best for our schools. So for me, with respect to the debate about pilots, it comes down to, do I believe this town council, this town administrator, and the supporting professionals you've assembled can define, negotiate, and deliver a smart and wise pilot agreement? Based on everything that's been presented in my personal experience and interacting with a number of you, my answer is an unequivocal yes. Please get this done. It will be a boon for this great town. And on my clock, I still have a few seconds, and I'd like to add on to the thanks I extended to all of you by calling out my longer-serving Ward 1 representative, Councilwoman Habgood. As a Ward 1 resident, I've had numerous detailed exchanges with her about multiple consequential town matters, including this one, historic preservation, trails in Brightwood, infrastructure resiliency, Ferris Place, and Edison Fields. On some of those projects, we haven't agreed. But in every exchange, it was blatantly obvious how committed Councilwoman Habgood is to understanding the details and to objectively representing all of her constituents. That's what we should all expect from our elected representatives. To expect them to agree with my view on everything would be naive, and to claim that when they don't agree with me, they're not doing their jobs shows a poor understanding of how representative democracy works. So Councilwoman Habgood, thank you for all you do for Westfield and for the professionalism and integrity with which you do it.
Linda Casalina, 57 Sandra Circle, and I own another property on Carlton Road. Just very brief, we have a lot of competition in this area. Cranford is building, Garwood is building. I don't see any retail there yet, and they're a big complex. There's nothing that's gonna make a town look worse than boarded up storefronts, empty apartments, and empty office buildings. And if you build too much, that's what you're gonna see. Because you can't keep a store open downtown now. And I don't know how all these retail stores are gonna stay in business that you're proposing. And I'm telling you, that'll be the worst thing for Westfield. I agree that we need a lot of work, but this is way too much. Thank you.
Hi, Liz Mulholland, 1029 Harding Street. First, I want to begin by thanking every single one of you. I've been following you guys for years, as you all know. And the amount of work that you have done, the amount of dedication that you have to this town by showing up at these meetings every single meeting. You scour through, I'm sorry, what? You scour through every document, every piece of paper. If I send an email, if I have a question, I can get answers, but I don't have to because everything's on the website that I need to know. I'm sorry. I would like to have some time back on that. So in any event, everything is there. There's thousands and thousands of pages, and for that, I thank you. I thank you for your hard work. I thank you for all of the meetings that you have held and all of the invites that we got to show up and meet with the mayor and council. To give us questions, feedback, everything you have to do. Numerous meetings, at least 4 of them. I appreciate all of the communications that are going on, nonstop, all the time. So thank you for that. I also think that because of that, you know everything there is to know about this project. And I also believe that we should trust the professionals. So there's whining because professionals shouldn't be trusted. I should not have to have that conversation. You shouldn't be interrupting me. In any event, I trust the professionals that are here. And I also know that while we're hearing that there should be a referendum, we all know that not one person who's saying there should be a referendum has brought up a land use attorney, a redevelopment attorney, or any other attorney that is in this business. So it's very easy to say, I'm not a professional, but I know it's legal. And that's the kind of stuff that I don't want this council doing. Do not get involved in illegal activities. Do not violate the protocols of the state. This is a law. You are supposed to uphold the law. I fully support this project. I think it's wonderful. We hear people that are concerned about the downtown. We know that we have professional planners that tell us exactly what the downtown needs, and we should be listening to those professionals. I fully support this. I think it's a great project. I think it's going to help our downtown, and I hope that you move forward on it. Thank you very much.
Hi. I was debating whether I was going to say something tonight. I've lived in the town since 1994.
Your name and
My name is Diane
address
Brusher.
for the record.
Yeah, I am. My name's Diane Brusher, and I'm in Ward 2. I live at 606 4th Avenue. And I don't know my 2 councilmen, Michael and Mark, so it's nice to meet both of you. So I am not an expert on land use. I'm not an expert on setbacks. I mean, to the point that was just made, I leave it to the experts. What I am an expert in is leadership development and transparency and credibility and input and change management. And if you're really trying to get people to buy into change, you've got to involve them. And there may have been information out there. I have a lot of friends in town. I've lived in town for a long time, and I feel very strongly about what I'm about to say. People aren't against redevelopment. We're all on the same page. Relationships are built on commonality. They're not built on difference. I think the challenge that everyone's facing here is everybody wants redevelopment. Everybody knows that one Westfield, that Lord and Taylor site needs to be redeveloped. I feel like it's too fast, too soon, with not a lot of input. So I encourage each and every one of you to dig inside your hearts and to do the right thing and just to put a big pause on this. It's not that we're against it. I feel like we just need a little bit more time. And for that, at least, especially my 2 councilmen, I really, really encourage you to put a pause on it and do the right thing for our community. I live right on the border of Garwood. There is building going on in and out, up and down North Avenue. And I'm not against progress. I just feel like there's way too much stuff going on way too fast. And that's what I'm hoping that you just take a little pause back and rethink it. Thank you.
Anybody else? It's 12:10. Okay, hearing none, I close this portion of the meeting. I'm going to take a little brief break, but I'm going to have them respond to some of this stuff, and I'll be right back.
Okay, great. All right. Well, I'll start by trying to address some of the comments that were made tonight and invite my fellow council people to chime in. I guess one of the things that was brought up repeatedly tonight is the lack of transparency in this process. I guess I would encourage everyone to think about the speaker tonight who talked about the mayor's comments going back to 2017, and all of the comments since that time about the need for us to engage in our downtown and try to address the inevitable problems that we're going to run into with changing retail environment. It's a two-way street, I think, in the eyes of all of us sitting up here. We are elected officials, volunteers, who all have full-time jobs otherwise, except for the mayor who commits her time full-time to this job. But we can only make the information available to you. You have to do work to find it as well. So we try very, very hard to put the information on the website and to answer emails that come to us every day, to have meetings outside of these meetings, because this is not always the best forum for us to engage with people. At 12:15 at night, not everyone is still here. And so if there are questions that you had tonight that weren't answered, you can feel free to reach out to us. I spent most of my afternoon responding to questions from constituents, and I know my colleagues do too. So there's definitely an enormous effort on our part to make this information available to you. The idea of having a pause for a month or 2 weeks or something like that after we've been working on these efforts to try to pull together an enormous plan doesn't make sense, because I'm not sure what we would accomplish in the span of a couple of weeks. We're tonight voting to send this redevelopment plan forward to the planning board so that they can review it against the master plan. We have a full-time, very skilled planning official who works for the town and gave a presentation tonight. He's been deeply involved in this whole process. And I think several people said it tonight, it might not all be to your liking, but it certainly is something that has been extremely well thought out by a whole panel of experts supporting us. Redevelopment Bond Council, Redevelopment Council, financial advisors, our own town planner, and Topology, our parking advisor. There's a lot of people who have worked on these plans. The issues that you've raised have been addressed. We heard 2 weeks ago the Streetworks team talk about the feedback that they got and the efforts that they took to address those issues. There was a question tonight about why there was no financial information in the redevelopment plan. The redevelopment plan is not the document for the financial information. The financial information was presented at our last meeting, and all of that information is on the website. So if there are questions that you have after you've reviewed that information, you should feel free to reach out to us. As I said, this is not always the best forum for us to be addressing questions and concerns. So you can feel free to send notes to us after this meeting. There was I have to go back and look at my notes. Earlier tonight, there was a comment about establishing a committee of residents to help in the process of construction and financial review. We have those things. In fact, the gentleman who came to the mic offering his help, we suggested that he apply to the Investment Advisory Council that exists. And I'm not sure why he didn't apply, but he didn't. So these things are available. The invitations have been issued. I oversee, along with the other members of the Finance Policy Committee, an investment advisory council. People buy 8 to 10 people, depending on the year. It's been going on for 5 years now. They help, that group is aware of this project. They have looked at things. There's, and additional financial information will be available to you as we go through the rest of the process. The application from Streetworks for their pilot comes in, has not been received by us yet. So once that application is received, there will be a lot of detailed financial information in its final form. That information will be reviewed by our financial advisor and by us, and that information will be made available to you. So you will be able to take a look at it. And you can also then ask us whatever questions you have about it. I'm going to pause here to go back and look at my notes and see if there's anything else that I would like to comment on, but I'll see if anyone else wants to comment.
And I'll just, my own comment is just thank you all for being here and being engaged till 12:15 at night. It's not a cliche, even though it sounds like it. It's why people love this town so much, because we care so passionately about it, and everybody has a different definition of stewardship. And I can't remember who brought it up about we absolutely feel like we are stewards of this town, and we have an obligation to make decisions that are in the long-term best interests of the community. They're hard. It was actually, I had forgotten I wrote that Mr. Casco read, but it was actually reaffirming for me why I ran for office in the first place. And it was for a transformational vision for our town, thinking that small solutions were not going to be enough. And that was before COVID, and that was before Lord and Taylor closed. So I can sleep well at night knowing that I have been very consistent with the vision that I had overtly communicated before I was elected in 2018, and again when I was reelected in 2021. So I know people often don't react until they actually see pictures. So even though I get it, even though the master plan has been out there and the land use and circulation, and I do firmly believe, have been very forthcoming and transparent in our information, it doesn't feel that way because people don't understand it until they see pictures. And the one thing, and the one thing someone commented about in the middle of COVID, and everybody here can tell you, every council meeting that was done via Zoom during COVID had at least this many people on it. We had more people participate in town council meetings during COVID on Zoom than we ever have in the history of town. And so to suggest that people weren't paying attention, I would say it was actually the level of engagement and involvement in town matters was probably higher during COVID than it ever has been. So I'll just, I do sleep really well at night, and if someone said, can I feel really comfortable saying yes to all these questions? Yes, I can, because I have a lot of confidence in the process. I have a significant amount of confidence in the professionals and experts that got us here, and most importantly, I feel so confident in the intention and the commitment of what this is going to do for Westfield, for my kids. And so for that reason, yeah, I do sleep. I sleep pretty well at night about it.
Mayor, may I?
Sure.
Once again, Councilman Contract's traveling for business. He's not here. This project's a major impact on the 3rd Ward. To Mr. Fasaro's point, I just saw the redevelopment plan. I'm on the council, and I saw it at the same time as the rest of the public. And finally, the next meeting's on Valentine's Day. I'm sure a lot of people want to be with family on Valentine's Day instead of being here till 12 o'clock at night. So I'd like to make the motion to push the meeting back again till mid-March, April timeframe.
Do I hear a second?
Second? I mean, honestly, it's very disappointing. Serving 12 years on this, on town council, served with a lot of different people of both parties, and the fact that no one here could speak up and really feel how they feel and second the motion We heard a lot of good testimony here this evening, a lot of powerful statements. Embarrassed to say, I'm finding out a lot of this. I don't know if my coworkers or council members have heard a lot of these details, but unfortunately I haven't. So for me personally, I think we should extend this to at least the March, April timeframe.
I do not hear a second, so that's not going to be entertained. And by the way, let me just comment. There are a lot of opponents here, right? There's a tremendous amount of support here as well. And so our obligation is to hear both sides, and even though you might not feel it, there's a tremendous amount of support for this project. So I think the best course of action is to move forward. I think probably the best course of action is move on to bills and claims. Right, I'm sorry, take it back. Yes, Councilman Dardia?
Yeah.
Anybody else?
I would like to say a couple words.
Councilman?
Yeah, so listen, I don't want to leave tonight without saying that, you know, your petition is not meaningless. Your door-to-door activities to try to understand how your neighbors feel matter. Even Councilman LaGrippo's motion to delay is meaningful. However, like all of us, we have to balance this with our true obligation to this town and what we truly feel based on what we've read, what we understand, and what the professionals have presented. So that's what I'm basing my vote on tonight. Thank you.
Did you want to say anything?
No, I just wanted to address Councilman LaGrippo. I feel very comfortable voting any way that my heart desires. I don't feel any compulsion to go along with the crowd. The truth is that we have been working towards this from before we got elected for a variety of reasons. The solutions, the problems are not specific to Westfield, and neither are the solutions. So I just wanted to point out that this is something that I feel comfortable with. I just wanted to correct that assertion.
Thank you.
I just want to thank Mrs. Morrow. I don't know if she's still here. I was ridiculed by this council in April of last year for putting out the plan after a meeting with Liz Jeffries, who's sitting right here in the front row. It was a concept plan. I put the plan out there. Mayor, the rest of the council, I got beat up over it. Sure enough, the plan wasn't released until September of 2022. Basically the same plan, and which is extremely frustrating. That plan should have been out since last April. We would have had 6 more months of weighing in. My thoughts behind it, because we were looking at the Sophia project, and that went through, and then we moved on to this project. So this plan has been out there since April of 2022.
Councilman, actually, it's more accurate to say that we've been talking about this plan for a lot longer than that. And it was incorrect, because if you had reached out to me, I would have been happy to talk to you about anything you wanted to talk about. I mean,
Can I just say something? I remember I wasn't on the council during the pandemic, but I was watching every meeting online. Once we were able to sit outside again with friends, I remember sitting with Councilman Boyce's wife with friends and watching, because we wanted to hear every piece of information. And I remember you guys talking about HPC and streetworks in the plan. So this idea that the town council, which I was not on then, was not talking about that is just false. And I was so thankful. I know so many of us were so thankful that you guys kept going on and on during the hardest time of our lives these past 3 years, so I remember that.
Thank you, Councilman. And I'll just say for those, and even addressing Councilman LaGrippo, and why weren't more people involved sooner? It would be irresponsible for us to put out a plan that we hadn't determined was financially viable and was absolutely able to meet the core objectives of what we were trying to accomplish. When that plan, preliminary plan, was presented to Councilman LaGrippo, it was still being vetted financially, and the whole intention was for him to weigh in representing his ward so that it could inform the ultimate proposal. But it wasn't deemed financially viable at the time. They were still running numbers. And honestly, you can't make decisions by everything by referendum. It's just, you can't. Nothing would ever happen. And so at the end of the day, we have an obligation to be informed by the professionals and to make decisions accordingly. You might not like it, you might disagree with it, but that's the way our democracy works. So obviously there'll be more conversations about this. So so we're just gonna, I mean, it's late, it's 12:30. We still, actually, no. We have an agenda to get to this evening. We still have legislative actions to take. So with that, I'm gonna move on to bills and claims. Who's read the plan? So,
I think
I can speak for all of us, that we've all read the plan.
I was up till 3 a.m. Yeah.
My question is, when did the rest of my council members receive the plan?
Friday, when we got our packet.
That's the first you
got
saw.
that
Mark,
Friday.
Mark, even though we may have gotten it on Friday, I didn't read it until yesterday, okay? So I spent some time, I did my job, and I read it.
But actually, there should have been no surprises in that redevelopment plan. There wasn't for me. And so and all of this information is out there publicly. So to me, it was just a assimilation of all the information we already had. So it wasn't hard. So.
And I just want to say that there was some.
I'm sorry, public comment is closed?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And
so. I'm sorry. So.
No, I will say.
I'm sorry, Councilman LaGrippo, I'm sorry, no.
I was just about, no,
Councilwoman Hapgood was speaking.
So I just wanted to say that, I just wanted to remind everyone what we're voting on tonight is on the redevelopment plan that's going to be now conferred to the planning board for their vote. The financial information isn't available completely yet. We're not voting on that tonight. We're not voting on the redevelopment agreement. We're not voting on the financial plan. That comes later. And so, there were some questions asked tonight about financial related things. One about how does this create stabilization of taxes? So I'm just gonna answer these questions because they were specifically asked and I'm happy to answer them. The way that this project stabilizes taxes is that it creates a new revenue stream coming into the town over 30 years. We don't know exactly what that revenue stream is going to be because it's a percentage of the gross revenues that the developer will receive over time. But we do know within a margin of error around the future, a decent, projection of what those numbers are going to be. Receiving those amounts over time is very significant. We have a town budget that's $49.5 million a year, and this project on average will deliver about $4 million of new revenue to us in each of those years. Not the same in every year. If you go back and look at the presentations that we did in December and in January on Facebook Live, which are all on the website, you'll see the details there. So I would encourage you to take a look at them. Those kinds of new revenue streams coming into town means that there's less burden on you and me and all of us up here as residential taxpayers, because right now the town relies 90% on residential taxpayers to support the budgets for the town and the schools and everything else. Having that new stream of revenue coming in means that we have money to take on some of these projects that we would like to see happen in town, like a new firehouse, like new sidewalks, like improvements in the parks.
So, listen, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Unless we have these new,
Okay.
okay,
All right, listen,
excuse
all
me.
right.
Yeah.
Listen, so we're just gonna move on to bills and claims.
If I can't answer the question, if you're not gonna allow me to answer the questions, then then I'll just move on to bills and claims.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay,
Let's just, move on to bills and claims.
so, okay, we're gonna move on to bills and claims.
Just go.
I'd like to move bills and claims in the amount of $519,000. Excuse me, we're moving
Yes.
on to the rest of our meeting. If you could please quiet down. I'd like to move bills and claims in the amount of $519,396.13.
May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Root. Any discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Opposed? This motion is carried. Next on the agenda is reports of standing committees, beginning with Finance Policy Committee, Councilwoman Hapgood.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 9 resolutions, 8 of which I'd like to move as a package. 1, a resolution authorizing the CFO to draw a warrant for the Board of Adjustment escrow monies. 2, a resolution authorizing the CFO to refund Recreation Department fees. 3, a resolution authorizing the CFO to refund street opening cash bond. 4, a resolution to approve 2023 sewer fees. 5, a resolution authorizing an affordability assistance grant pursuant to the Town of Westfield's Affordability Assistance Program for a tenant of an affordable housing unit. 6, a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a collective bargaining agreement between the Town of Westfield and the Teamsters Bargaining Unit. 7, a resolution authorizing the CFO to sign biweekly warrants for the 2023 Teamster employee salaries effective January 1st, 2023. And 8, a resolution to approve the Westfield Memorial Pool membership rates.
May I have a second? Seconded by Councilman Dardia. Any discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Opposed? This motion is carried. You're next.
Yep,
Sorry.
and I'd also like to move a resolution authorizing the CFO to make a budget reserve transfer.
May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Mackey. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilwoman Hapgood?
Yes.
Councilman Parmalee?
Yes.
Councilman LaGrepo? Councilman Katz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mackey? Councilman Dardia?
Yes.
Councilwoman Root?
Yes.
Mayor Brindle?
Yes, this motion is carried. Next is the Code Review and Town Property Committee. Councilman Parmalee.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move a resolution authorizing approval to accept a historic site management grant application.
May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Dardia. Any discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Opposed? This motion is carried.
Next, I'm also 100% pleased to move General Ordinance Number 2023-03 on first reading, an ordinance adopting the Lord and Taylor Train Station redevelopment plan.
May I have a second? Seconded by Councilman Dardia. Any discussion?
Mayor, I think it's pretty obvious. I'll be voting no. I appreciate everybody's time, all the people I've talked to that I've never talked to across Westfield the past couple months. I appreciate everybody's feedback, and we'll go on. We'll see what next along the way here.
Please call the roll.
Councilwoman Hapgood?
Yes.
Councilman Parmalee?
Yes.
Councilman LaGrepo?
No.
Councilman Katz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mackey? Yes. Councilman Dardia?
Yes.
Councilwoman Root?
Yes.
Mayor Brindle?
Yes. Councilman Katz.
I have 3 resolutions I would like to move as a package. One is a resolution to reject bids for the 2023 wood chip hauling. The second is a resolution to amend contract for a lease agreement for Caterpillar front-end loaders for the Department of Public Works. And the third is a resolution awarding contract for grinding of brush material.
May I have a second? Seconded by Councilwoman Mackey. Any discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Opposed? This motion is carried. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved by Councilman LaGrepo, I think, second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Happ. Councilman Happ, all in favor?
Yes.
Opposed? This motion carried. This meeting is adjourned.